the camera slowly fades in. And in the distance, you can see the boys getting together, starting to come out of the shop. The shot is framed by the window of Jigu's noodle stall. And he slides down the shutter. And you can see in the distance as it starts to, the light's drawing down. And it's starting to, deep within the bowels. There's not much light anyway. And so it's really starting to get dark. And he slides down the shutter. And you see Jigu is in what, in essence, looks to be kind of club gear. He's got some EL. He's got some reflective pieces on him. But he takes a minute. And the camera sort of swings around. And Jigu kind of approaches the back corner. It's a little out of sight. And there's a solitary cupcake sitting next to a holographic picture of two middle-aged people. And he walks up and he does a little bit of a head nod. And he kneels down and he says, "Hey there, Fumo. It's been 3 years. I know you'd want me to celebrate, but I think you'd also understand why I don't." But and he reaches up and he lights a candle on the cupcake and he lights a bit of incense in front of his parents' picture. I still have the noodle shop open, Dad. Zehan is just as much of an asshole as he ever was. I'm trying not to follow in his footsteps. I do that for you, Mom. I'm gonna go out for my birthday today. I'll warn you now, but I made some new friends. You probably wouldn't approve of them. He dries his eyes. Stands up. Turns around. Walks out the front door. So, what are we going to do today, guys?
Jacob just kind of looks over and just says, "Weren't we heading to those fights over at the, what was that place called again?"
How long you been in this goddamn city, boy? It's fucking Shard. You know that.
Look. I've always wanted to go, never been. All right.
I've been a couple of times. It's not my favorite space, but it's pretty cool.
So whose ride are we taking? What we do? How are we doing this?
Yeah, you probably don't recognize it because I haven't brought it around, but we got my vehicle here. It's a little bit more spacious than the last one. Dalton rocks up to the car and opens the door for the side.
Jigu fucking just slides in.
Jacob just kind of, instead of climbing through the window, it just pops right there in the back seat. Is Troy there?
Yeah, Troy's following you guys.
All right, cool.
I guess Troy gets in the back with Jigu?
Oh no, Jigu definitely took the front.
Jigo took shotgun.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Troy's sitting in the back then.
Yeah.
Dalton closed the door behind Jigu, heads around, gets inside, turns to the Jacob and Troy. Do you guys, how are we thinking about doing this? You want to rip there as fast as possible? You want a leisure ride? What are we looking for?
As long as we get there.
All right, you got it. Dalton powers up the car with an electric...
I do not have any preferences.
That's my preference. With an electric hum, the whole car rumbles to life, kind of like you can feel it kind of elevate a little bit, just like picking up on its gears and systems. Remember, this is the new Lincoln-esque car. Dalton clicks in the drive, grips the handle, lets out that sigh of relief every single time he gets behind the wheel of any of his vehicles. Gets that comfort, that self-knowing that, like, yes, I'm in control of this situation. And not the way this car is supposed to in any way, but, like, rips the back, so it just, like, wheels out for a few seconds, and then drives on forward, heading towards our destination.
Jigu whips out his comms device and goes, "How I connect to this piece of shit?"
Oh, here. Dalton clicks on some buttons, opens the broadband for him to connect to. Ooh, Dalton feels that. Yeah, Dalton is definitely ripping it down the street.
So give me a roll.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. +3.
Fucking.
That's driver in the city.
Yeah. Driving in the city, man. Fucking nighttime with the boys. Fucking music's pumping. You,
Ignoring the advertising. The music is helping Dalton finally put, like, a focus downrange and ignoring all the hazy lights of the advertisements trying to get him to buy crap he doesn't need.
So as you swing up and you come up a few levels and you sort of, the night sky, you just emerge into it. And there's this sort of, windows down with the boys. You fucking, just sort of some fresh air starts to come in from rather than the oppressive, stale underground that is most of NSF life. And fucking music's fucking thumping. Jigu's got his hand out the window doing what everybody fucking knows, right? And just you pass out of the shopping district into the industrial district, down out by the harbor's edge as you swing it around. You cruise up, and there are the sort of like light pollution, the hum from the shard can be seen from quite a bit away, because the entire outside, rather than replace the glass panels as they were broken and shattered of the original building, the Crime Syndicate chose holographic displays. That way they could put anything they wanted on them. And so this entire place is just one giant fucking light bulb for all intents and purposes. So you can see it quite a distance away. As you swing up onto it, there's fighter card images, and you see Rogue Alley's fucking image is this just giant dude, like he's just posed out for a fight, right? Versus Psycho Conflict, and it's just this maniac who's just all tweaked out on probably Trez. And he's got, all sorts of cybernetic enhancements. And as you pull up outside the shard, it's a busy place. There's a lot of people, a lot of different gang activities. This whole place is essentially a gang cooperative. The facility itself was purchased under a cooperative of gangs. So It is very much a busy epicenter of hustle and bustle and commerce of all sorts sort of situation. And so the parking is actually across the street from the Shard. There's a breezeway that connects the one of the like towers that sort of comes down into the sort of open pavilion area before you enter the Shard itself. And that's connected to a parking structure across the street. So most people either walk up to here from the public transportation right down the street, a little around the corner sort of situation, or if they do happen to drive here, they park across in the parking structure. So describe it on in.
So heading into the building, what do we see? Okay. So Dalton is familiar with the Shard. He's been around here a few times, but he doesn't get to go in very often, if at all, really, because it's mostly just pickups. So he's definitely blindsided by just the level of lighting, glitz, the what obviously isn't true gold, but the gold coloring of everything, trying to make everything look a step above fancy and fancier, and he's just, oh man, I definitely feel out of place here. Dalton being a bit of a schlub is definitely not in his element anymore.
Jigu is hanging out the window, like straight up, like just wooing and hanging out the window.
At this point, Jacob's just kind of just wondering, like, obviously, bit of pleasure, bit of work mixed together here, but big thing that he's just worried about is being spotted by any nils. So he's just wondering, like, just how is he going to keep a low profile while at these fights with the guys? Just kind of staring out the window a little bit.
Okay, so as you enter the parking garage, there's no charge for parking, but to get into the Shard, there's very much a charge. It's 55 credits each, general admission for tonight's fights, and just general event space. There's all sorts of stuff that happens in there. Where you want to park? There's like 7 levels of parking. So any preferences? How you want to do this?
Dalton is going to not head too far. Is it a mid-level entry down and up? Like
No. It is an old school built parking structure. They built flat and went up.
Okay, so Dalton is going to put it a floor or 2 up, but doesn't want to, or look for a spot in the first 2 floors. Doesn't want to go to the roof and end up having to do an escape from there. So Dalton's just doing the rings around, driving, looking for a parking spot, trying to find something that's comfortable with him as a escape vector. Not that he knows that the Shard can't just lock his car down and spot.
All right, give me a roll.
Okay. Zero.
Third floor, third level. Spots start opening up. If you want to pick one, you can.
Yeah, I'll go. You said third floor?
Mm-hmm.
3F.
Okay. Notate it. Okay. The breezeway is on the 5th floor. And so you can walk up a couple levels. You could take an elevator up, or you could drop down to ground floor and try and cross the street. It's up to you.
Dalton's going to turn to Jacob. Should we just go in like nothing's wrong, like we're just entering and play it totally cool, or do you want to like go a little higher up, go a little lower down? I don't know any about this area. I'm assuming you do.
I mean, I've only heard stories. I've never been myself.
At hearing this, Jigu turns around and just looks at you disappointedly. He's like, man, this place is a circus. It's great. How have you not been here? I grew up here.
It's just not. It's not my scene. You know, I was focused on business. If you catch my drift.
Welcome to Wall Street.
Yeah, just by judging by Jigu's confidence, I think we can just walk in and call it a day. I don't think we're going to be the most conspicuous people here.
Yeah.
So we're just going to...
On the drive in, no, you would have seen everybody of every type here functionally. You would have seen 65s, you would have seen Saxons, you would have seen Lex. These are just mech'd out motherfuckers. You would have seen some wilds, which are animal people who do themselves up to look like animals. You got zombies, you got Lil Angels, you got Zakones, you got everybody here.
I think we can consider this like a gangland sanctuary ground. I don't think anything's going to happen unless we start something. So let's just walk in and figure it out.
Jacob clicks his tongue a little bit, just looks at Jigo and it's just like, this is a motherfucker who's never been impressed.
He hops out the window, man. He doesn't even, the door doesn't, he just hops out the window. He got that 5'2". He's 5'2 3/4 if you were to tell you himself. But he got that 5'2" energy. He just popped right out that window.
All right. I'm assuming Troy has to be told, but like, get out, bot. Let's go. And
Troy actually already has gotten out as soon as the door's open.
Perfect.
Jacob's following suit.
Yeah. Dalton gets out, makes sure all the windows are rolled up.
Okay. So
and yeah, Dalton is going to start heading towards the closest entrance if it requires a bit of an elevator ride, whatever, but
Jigu's already sprinting up the steps.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Yeah.
Let's follow him, I guess. He knows where he's going.
Yeah. It's two
With that.
it's 2 floors up, man.
Yep. With that, the good old legs light up and just starts zooming to catch up with Jigu without saying much of a word.
You get up to the 5th floor. Stairs empty out, like right in the middle of the structure. There's a central column of elevator banks and stairs. And as you head towards the breezeway, there's of course there's some emergency and closets and stuff like that on either side of the breezeway.
Actually, I'm also gonna ask.
Okay.
I'm looking around. I just want to make sure that there's no other identifiers to this parking lot. This is the only parking lot. This isn't like wing A or B or C. Okay.
No, this is the Shard's parking structure.
Okay, perfect. Then yeah, that's all I was checking for.
Jigu is walking backwards at this point, like just talking to you guys. Like, this place is great. Miss Matsutaka's here. I heard that they just opened up a new hot dog and hamburger stand. They've got so much good food here. They've got so many. They sell electronics here. And as he's like excitedly rambling about everything the Shard has, two guys slide out from either side of the breezeway. Immediately on site, these are Lil Angels. They're a weird bunch. They tend to be trezzed up, so they're a little tweaky to start with, right? They tend to have a good amount of facial tattoos, a decent amount of mech on them, and they get a little sketchy. And as they slide out, one of them just slides right in and grabs Jigu and fucking arm right around his neck. And what's going on, guys? We got a couple of new people coming to this Shard, huh? Well, guess what? There's a toll. As he says this, Jigu just silences. He just silences out. And then you hear what is in essence a growl bordering on a scream. And you just hear Jigu go, "Not today!" At that moment, his jacket, which was all sorts of interesting yellows and oranges, suddenly goes red. And you see, well, it depends who's here and who's got notices, because this is about to happen very fast.
Troy is witnessing this.
Okay.
Yeah, here's well.
Dalton stayed close to Troy to make sure we didn't lose him.
Okay, -2.
Dalton, I think, is the only person here who's going to be having any trouble keeping up.
Yeah, if anything, I'm a little bit behind Troy.
So, figure out for yourselves who, okay. Dalton?
Yeah, I gave it a roll.
Yeah.
Dalton's on one today.
Yeah, Dalton's feeling himself.
As he screams, not today! The jacket goes red, and 2 daggers slide out of each sleeve. And faster than you can blink your fucking eye, the angel who had his arm around his neck is doubled over, and his stomach and intestines are falling out.
And just not even skipping a beat. Jacob just sees them intestines fall out and just legs pop open and dart forward and just whoosh, quick roundhouse right to the face of the other one.
Give me a roll. It doesn't really matter. We'll call it, let's see. I mean, you can choose whether you want, well, hold on. Is you completely man? Nah, it's fine. Either way, he's a -2 on top of that anyway. What do you want to do with him? Narrate it.
Bam.
Keep in mind, there is open air behind him.
So just boom, step in, just quick little shh, followed by the sound of the little. I don't know the sound that the legs produce quite yet. Either way, point is legs go little boom, just
jet engine,
and then just comes back down, just starts throwing hands and just fucking elbow and just looks back at Jigo just like, hey, just checks to see if he's okay, and then just starts just pulls out one of his SMGs and it's just like, hey, what we doing with him?
Jigu is at this point curled over by he is like tucked into himself, apologizing over and over. All you hear is, "I'm sorry, Fumo. I'm sorry, Fumo. I'm sorry, Fumo. I'm sorry, Fumo."
As that is happening, Dalton's gonna catch on to Troy to catch his breath because he's exhausted. Oh God, I was hoping we'd at least get back out before we got into a fight. What did someone get got? What is happening here? Looking at the horror show in front of him.
Troy just kind of looks at the scenery to analyze and says, "This one is rapidly bleeding out, and the other one is currently apprehended by Jacob."
Are you okay, Jigu? You seem a little rattled.
He's
rattled.
At this point, Jacob just fucking walks over to the other angel. Now, I'm assuming concussed and just kind of fucked up, and just says, just puts the SMG to his head. It's just, all right, credits, hand him over.
Are we really doing a robbery at the same time now?
He tried to tax us.
I guess. I guess.
Right.
You want me to search that one's pockets, pointing at the presumably close to dead one?
You got the stomach for it?
He shakingly hands you his comms device, And he goes, it's the only, my wallet's on there. It's all I have.
And just without hesitation, just yoink.
Troy's going through
Promises
through the pockets of the guy that fell down.
And Dalton, having said that he was going to do it, sees Troy move forward and just opts out of touching a potential corpse.
Troy, Troy, you find a bindle of white powder.
Troy presents it to Dalton and says, "Is this useful?"
I mean, it depends on how often you've used it before. I think it's better we don't touch it.
Should I replace it?
No. Actually, Dalton turns to Jacob. Just because I know you're in the industry, yeah, that's what I thought. Hand it to Jacob. He'll figure out something to do with it. It's not for you and me.
Troy hands it over to Jacob.
Just boom with the codex in one of his pockets. Just like, all right.
Actually, maybe you give Jacob, maybe you give Troy the codex and he can just take anything we need off of it and we can just dump it with this guy.
Well, Troy just, and at that point, he just, just fucking tosses it at him.
Troy catches it.
All right.
Give me a roll,
okay.
Troy.
+4. Yeah, Troy.
Hacked it midair.
Yeah.
300 creds.
Wow. Okay.
Fuck it. Covered a mission.
That's true.
And just
Is there anything else you would like me to attempt to extract from this device?
go crazy. And so Jacob just looks back at the angel. You're lucky I'm in a good mood. Racks the SMG and then just boom right there, right across the forehead.
As you are doing all of your, shall we say, commercial transactions, Jigu gets angry again. He comes out of this weird catatonic state of apologizing to his fumo, which is Mandarin for family. And he gets angry. And he starts sprinting. And he's just kicking the dude who he sliced open. He's just kicking him, screaming. Just over and over and over and over.
Dalton grabs him by the shoulders, not too hard, because obviously that was a reaction that Jigu just had. But Dalton grabs him. Hey, Jigu, it's okay. You got him, buddy. It's okay. We got this. Don't worry about it. Starts to try and pull him backwards. The whole time knowing that I could get a knife across my stomach as well, but just tries to gently pull him away and speaking to him plainly and as calmly as possible.
He spits at him one more time and then just sort of does that. And the jacket just self-cleans.
Troy looks down at the body and then over the GQ and says, "This man is in a catatonic state. Any further battery is unlikely to have any more effect."
Yeah, Jigu, we can leave it at this. If anything, we could, knowing the way the angels are perceived, we could probably just get the fuck out of here from now.
Should we render medical aid to this one?
You can call them, but I won't be here when they get here.
Yeah.
Jigu starts to compose himself, takes a beat, and then starts walking directly towards the breezeway and just steps on both of them as he walks to the breezeway.
Hey, that's the Jigu I like to see. Disrespectful of everybody.
Jacob just puts the SMG back, happy with 300 more creds, some unknown substance in his pocket. As far as he's concerned, it's a good day. So
Dalton leads to Jacob. You should get that tested. Make sure it's good.
Yeah, it's not going to be from me. But so with
Arguably,
that,
that's a better reason to get it tested.
and then Jacob just shrugs and just follows along with Jigo, also taking his turn to step and will spit on one of them, and just goes
As
and just goes on.
As Troy follows them and passes by, Dalton's gonna go with them, but Dalton has a moment where he turns, sees the one who hasn't been cut open, but like we stole the money from. Gives him a kick in the back.
Actually, Troy's hanging back for just a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
And all he's doing is he's looking at the bodies, analyzing the situation, analyzing the actions that Jacob and Jigu just did.
Okay.
Thinking about it for just a second, and then he lathers up some artificial spit and then spits on both corpses.
You know what? Give me a roll.
Okay. -1.
Just lands on the ground.
No. Okay. If it was a particularly high roll, I had a funny thing in mind to do with it. But it is
just hosing water out his mouth.
but given it connects, it lands however you wish it to be. It is.
So
It's just the standard, about the same amount of that either Jigu or Jacob did.
It's just a little bit of lubricant.
Yeah, the humans are doing it.
Yeah.
and
I guess it's what you do after you kill a guy.
that's kind of the feeling Dalton has is like, yeah, once Troy does like go off, Dalton has that moment of like, all right, well now I'm the only one who hasn't done anything, so
A little kick to each of them. You're like, I don't know, got to fit in, right? Peer pressure.
it's boys' night out.
Hey, Jacob is closest to Jigu. Jacob, you've been around the way, right? You've been in the hood. You've been around some interesting folk. Jigu went from excited child to raging murder to crying breakdown. And by the time he hits the end of this breezeway, he's excited child again. He displays a disturbing level of compartmentalization. Especially for somebody who is, though you don't know it, now 13.
As far as Jacob is concerned, if he could have just skipped step 3, that's kind of more his speed. Just move, handle your business, move on. Those fuckers had it coming. Long and short of it is where his mind is at.
Cool.
Obviously, taking note that a 13-year-old can go through all that within the span of minutes, but that's just just another day in the life, as it were. And with that, he's just with Jigu, just kind of chopping it up again, just whatever.
Jigu's like, I gotta swing by Miss Matsutaka's place, dude. She has the best fried tofu. She's the best fried tofu in the town. It's so good.
I mean, I'm not one for tofu, but I mean, how many creds are we talking about? I mean, I lifted about like 300 off that one asshole.
Don't worry about me. I can carry my own way.
I wasn't asking for you. I just,
He's like, I don't know.
Yeah, we could swing by before that. How long before the fight start again?
We got about an hour and a half or so.
Nah, fuck it. Let's get some fried tofu then.
I'm down to eat. I don't really care what it is.
Jigu looks at Dalton and just sizes you up. He's like, they got hot dogs, they got burgers. They may not be real, I don't know. But they got all sorts of food here. They got a grab and go. They got a hot dog joint. They got.
You believe Jigu? I've never eaten a real hot dog or hamburger, so whatever they got, I'm down for it. Hey, you got it in tofu? Put some barbecue sauce on it. I'm in.
So yeah, he's bounding up. As you walk through the sort of pavilion area, there's a few outbuildings and areas. There's a seated area where they actually project across the way some of the fights from the outside. Basically, the long and short of it is that even though some people would be put off by the entry fee, what they do is there's bookies that work outside, and so the facility projects it for free on a wall basically across, and they make sure that they can get a cut of the gambling receipts, and so ultimately they're working it both ways. So yeah, there's activity and there's a buzz going around. As you walk up to the entry gates, there's a series of automated stalls there. You can just simply pay through a comms device. You can pay through a barcode, and you can just your way right through.
At this point, Jacob just kind of a few paces back from Jigu, starts looking back at Dalton. It's like, all right, business is kind of on his brain now, and he just, he just kind of, not necessarily a whisper, but just a little hush over to his shoulder, and he just goes, all right, so one of us is gonna have to fucking stay with Troy. How you want to play this?
I think as the resident chauffeur, I think I can do a better job of just sticking next to Troy and making sure that he's safe and can do what he needs to do. And you are quite a bit better at adapting to, the last situation. So I think, I'll stick around Troy, make sure that I got his back.
You got your earpiece, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I appreciate your consideration, Dalton.
No problem.
And
also, I don't want to get into a fist fight.
And with that, Jacob just kind of looks over at Troy, and it's just like, well, what you
I
think?
too do not want to get into a fist fight.
That's fine. What I'm at, what
just use your fisting protocol, but aim for the face.
I am equipped with basic fighting protocols.
Hey.
But yeah, so Jacob just gives a little glance at Troy, and it's just like, all right, so where is the security system that we're going to be looking at? Do you think it could, I don't know, do you sense it?
Yeah, is there any way you could see it without maybe triggering that we're here? I have no idea how this works.
I cannot make that guarantee.
Okay, dangerous.
As this is going on, Jigu has waved the creds over from his comm device. He's past the till. He's inside. Yeah.
With that, Jacob just kind of looks over and just goes, all right, I'll catch up with him. Y'all figure this out. And he just pops over. Cred's gone.
As you walk in, it's a tall entrance area. We're talking several stories high, open atrium. There are a lot of people. There's stairs that go up to the right. There's stairs that go up to the left. There's a ring that goes around the bottom of this structure as well. And basically the ringed areas around the central area are all of the commerce areas. You see a sign up front upon your entry that basically that essentially guides you to various stores, food stalls, and you see the marker for Zakone's Big Win Casino. It is on the opposite side of the facility, probably intentionally designed as such to make you walk through all of the commercial space. So any purchasing could happen if you are headed to the casino on the way. I'm sure those who laid this out had no intention to that whatsoever. And so, yeah, Zigu is immediately headed to the right, because that's where the Matsutaka Asian food stall is. I'm going to, Jacob, are you just in tow with Jigu at this point?
Long and short of it, yeah, because,
Okay.
Still, he's the cover, basically, is kind of what his thinking is. They're just there to have watch fights with the boys.
All right. So, Troy and Dalton. Any conversation you're having outside before you enter?
I hate to do this, Troy, but I don't have much money, so you want to just have them hit you up for 2?
I don't have any money.
Oh, god damn it. All right, fine. Dalton has to skim into the bank account that he's been desperately trying to save his entire life to lose it all right here. Which, yes, is like $150 credits.
Okay. So...
Oh. Your savings is being depleted? I haven't felt that before, Dalton.
Wait, no, because you're technically on comms. Like that you're technically on comms. Krill would hear this exchange.
Krill's already heard a murder occur over the comms too, on top of it.
And said
I have been watching police forecasts. None are seemingly on you, but I will let you know if something pops up on my radar.
Addie's just drinking, she just hears it, she's like, alright, just keep going.
As soon as Krill says that, Dalton jumps. Oh, Jesus. I forgot you were there.
I am everywhere, Dalton. Everywhere.
Anybody who wants to do a lore roll can do a lore roll at this moment. Jesus.
Wow.
Who did what?
-1.
Dalton just did a -4.
I
did -1.
It's just I'm stupid.
Dalton is
Wow.
I didn't get -4 driving.
Wow.
All right.
I forgot what the city's
We're
called.
-1
stupid.
total for me. Yeah, we're all, whatever this subject is, retards.
Yeah, Dalton.
None of us.
Yep. Okay. Boom.
Karen
No one rolled more than -1.
Karen got a 2, which plus 2.
Oh, thank God.
So Karen got a 4.
God.
Karen, no cops are showing up to this location.
Okay.
I would also.
I didn't think so.
No.
I am not only dumb in this topic, I'm dumb in all topics. Okay.
I'm not gonna tell Krill to stop listening either.
Yeah, no, it's just, but you know, no cops are gonna fucking go to the Shard unless they're corrupt cops. Like that's which I mean, unless they're on the take, they're not invited. Like this is very much this is a formal location too, by the way. This isn't just some bullshit fucking, this is a established corporate cooperative formed amongst the various gangs of the city. Like this has actual legal boundaries to it. It's not just some crack den that the cops can walk into given the corporate structure of the city. And so they're essentially not invited here. And so
there's private security.
I was gonna say, yeah. I'm not excited to find out what their security detail is allowed to do to you if they find you doing something they don't like.
To be fair, you didn't fuck with anyone working there, so
No.
you might not have actually pissed
Not
off
yet.
anyone.
And so yeah. So it's just, you know, just for your own edification, Karen, that like, you know, as Krill does continue to search those scanners, no. Not something that will be happening.
I love to imagine there's just Karen at the desk, like reading a magazine or going through some stuff. Krill just at the the table, and Krill just leans up to bitch out Dalton.
Basically. So
charge it to my machine.
So as you two enter through the gate, you just sort of see off to the right, Jacob and probably not Jigu, but Jacob sort of just fade into the crowd, as it were, headed off to the food vendor stalls towards the right. There's a large stall with red lettering, Matsutaka's Family Asian Food.
Where's the burger place, though?
That is off to the left, and immediately, it is not far off to the left. Off to the left, there's a grab and go, which is sort of like has Nutri-Shakes and all sorts of stuff, and it's essentially a vending machine location, and right past that is Roscoe's Hot Dogs.
Hey.
It looks like your favorite hot dog vendor has opened up an extension in the shard.
Dalton turns to Troy. You can follow me, or if you want to go to Jacob, go ahead. But I'm heading to Roscoe's for a bite.
That was an interesting one.
There's a motorbike.
A woman.
Yeah,
I was vaguely vocal.
Yeah.
So Jacob, as you witness Jigu running up to the Matsutaka food stall, and as he does, he yells out, "Mrs. Matsutaka!" And this sort of, plump, short, elderly Japanese woman pops her head out past a little bit of the back area, and she immediately goes, "Jigu!" And she busts out through the kitchen doors and runs up to him and just swallows him up in her arms. And he's clearly been here before. They know each other. And he just disappears into her and just embraces her for a little bit. And she holds him back and says, "You've gotten so tall." And he's just sort of, embarrassedly, he's like, I stop. And she goes, What can I get you? What you want? And he goes, Can I get some of the fried tofu? And she's like, Of course. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 second. And she goes into the back, and you hear some rummaging, you hear some banging, and she comes out with a tray of food. It is everything. It's the fixins, man. It is every last fucking thing. She goes, I got you your fried tofu, but I also got you some noodles, and also got you some chicken, and I also got you some pork spare ribs. And I got you a little bit of fried rice. And he's like, I just asked for stop. You're a growing boy. You need food. And so she sets down. She shoos a couple of people who are at the counter, at the counter. She's like, go, you're done now. And she just shoos them away from the counter and starts just lining food up for Jigu. He turns around and glances at you. She goes, "Who's this?" He goes, It's just a friend, Miss Matsutaka." "Oh, friend, come, you eat too."
Jacob's not going to turn down the offer, especially seeing the spread that Jigu got, and he just leans into it a little bit. He walks over, puts on a little bit of a smile, and he just pats Jigu's head as he takes a seat next to the boy, and just goes, "Yeah, moved in I took up business nearby this brat right here a little bit ago. So,
She looks at you and goes, "You treat him right or I poison you."
I mean, he's held it down for me a few times.
Okay. And she goes into the back and comes out with more servings.
At that point,
There's a line and pile of food on this counter now in front of the two of you. She has essentially shooed away a third person to make room for some of the food overflow.
Right.
Yeah.
With that, Jacob just kind of look great and just looks over at Jigo a little pleased and is just like, why didn't we come here sooner?
She goes, "I don't know, man. I've been coming here for years."
Should have taken you up on the offer sooner. And just with that, he starts grabbing utensils just at the ready, and just starts digging in.
There are forks, knives, spoons, and chopsticks.
Good.
So Jigu is deftly working those chopsticks, just chowing down, the likes of which that fucking only a never ending and the never ending just bag of holding that is a young person's stomach, and just destroying this food. And as soon as he can clean a plate, Miss Matsutaka refills that plate. This food just is never ending, it seems like.
Right.
So Troy, Dalton. Dalton, as you walk up, there is Roscoe behind the fucking grill, and he's working it. He's a little puff of flame, a little smoke going, and he's hustling his ass, the likes of which you haven't seen in a few years. He's been cruising pretty easily at his his joint out in the industrial sector for a while. He's got servers, he's got cooks, that sort of thing, but he's busting his ass behind the grill for once.
As Dalton walks up, he without getting Roscoe's attention, he just says loudly behind him, I come here expecting to find no food I enjoy. Not only do I find what I think is a new location and a franchise for my buddy, but he's actually in the building working it. Roscoe, what the hell are you doing here, man?
Without looking up, he just goes, "Oh shit, somebody better call security. They're letting the fucking garbage in here now."
Hey, you got in here a lot earlier than I did, pal. But they're letting you by.
You know what? I reinvested some of that hard-earned money you've been sending me for a few years. We're franchising now. We're trying to expand.
Oh, well, you know what? I'm glad to hear you being successful, especially off my back. I'll tell you what, I won't take a cut this time, but let's call it a burger.
Tell you what. This one's on the house.
Hey, I literally just paid to get in this building. Thank you. I could use an on the house after that absolute dishing they took from me.
It's the mob, man. What are you gonna do, right?
Yeah, exactly. All you can do is talk shit about it. That's it.
Yeah, down to the wrong people though.
Yeah. Just you, Roscoe.
He's like, tell you what you want? This one's on me.
Give me the 100% real burger. Keep it a little rare, and give me all the fixins. A little extra spicy too. Let's go a little crazy down here.
All right. He pulls out a tray, like a hotel liner, hotel tray worth of 100% real hamburgers, which actually are hilariously much more healthy for you than that you would normally think, because these are not meat products. None of this is meat. This is all actually a good portion of the NSF population is vegan without even trying to be vegan, because of just the ramifications of how foodstuffs are produced within this system. Now, this food isn't necessarily low processed food. It's the definition probably of ultra processed. And many of these things go through extraordinarily high levels of chemical and just manufacturing processes. So while one side of this is probably good for you, the other side of this is probably going to give you cancer. So it's sort of a wash at the end of the day. But it's, you know, it's temperature and like room stable. It's got enough preservatives packed into it that you could probably leave this shit sitting out on a sidewalk for a few days and it still was just whatever, right? No big deal.
Just how Dalton likes it.
You know, yeah, and he pops one off and he puts it on the grill and he grins and he takes another one out, pops it on the grill, and he throws some real cheese on top of both of them, starts making a double cheeseburger for you, gets out some fake and bacon, and you know, puts it on the flat top.
At least they admit it with the bacon.
Yeah, puts it out on the flat tops, and he starts, you know, grabbing all the line of fixins that he has lined up there of all of the some of them are vegetables, some of them are questionable manufactured products in the form and shape of vegetables, sort of situation.
Are they green?
They are green. Some of them.
Then Dalton's fine with it.
Yeah, it counts, right? That's you know.
Eat your greens.
Hey, so he starts piling them on the pickles, the lettuce, the tomatoes, the onions, you know, that sort of thing.
My favorite dinner.
Yes, yes, it's definitely food. And so yeah, he starts piling it on, and you end up with a fat burger, just nice big fat juicy burger, and he pulls out a side of onion rings for you and throws it into a bag with some fries on it, fries in it already, and gives you sort of like a half and half deal, and you know, quickly gives you the burger diaper wrap, and then, you know, into its outer wrap, and throws it into everything, throws that on top of the fries and onion rings and slides that across to you. He's like, there you go, my man.
I always appreciate you, Roscoe. Thanks for this. As usual, it's a fucking blast to see you moving on up in the world. Even if it's moving on up closer to absolute gangsterism of this casino, I'm glad you're doing well. And Dalton still sends him a tip. Doesn't pay for the meal. It was on the house. Anytime Roscoe does that, Dalton still sends him a flat something for just being this relationship.
Yep. He goes, thank you, my man. You enjoy the fights? Yeah,
actually, I was going to ask you, like, you've been working here a while?
Only a couple weeks.
Okay, cool. No problem. Thanks. I was just, I don't know, got something in my head. Anyway, have a good day.
That's a first.
You son of a bitch. He turns around and heads back to Troy. Starts opening the bag and starts shoving like fries and onion rings in his mouth and in a full mouth. I was thinking about asking him like more about like the security detail and stuff like that, but at the same time, I think it might be a little suspicious to just go straight into it. So I don't know. Maybe we talk to Jacob, figure out our next move. These are fucking delicious. Oh.
So, like, as soon as you start eating, a message comes on your codex, and it gives a line-by-line dietary depiction of the different fixings and components of the food that you're eating. And it basically gives, like, exact medical studies about the different adverse negative medical effects that happen to a person as they continuously consume these products. And it just says, it Patty doesn't say anything. She just gives you all of this. And it's like 30 minutes later, there's going to be another message that pops up about the effects on your digestion system.
Okay, Dalton feels the vibration in his codex, juggles all his stuff into one hand, pulls it out, looks for a split second. Oh, Jesus Christ. Puts it back and just goes back to fries. Turns back to Troy.
Food has never really made sense to me.
Yeah, that makes sense considering you don't fundamentally need food in any way, shape, or form. I imagine everybody's need for food is confusing to you.
The need for nutritional sustenance is not confusing. The necessity behind the extravagance and excess is what is confusing to me.
Well, you know, what's confusing to me, Troy, is you believing that this is extravagant. This is garbage. It is my favorite kind of food, but yeah.
Perhaps extravagant was not the right terms, but it is certainly excessive.
Dalton takes a second. Alright, I might have been a little pedantic with my argument there, but yeah, I could be eating better. Patty wants me to eat better. I've been trying to work out more, doing it minorly successfully. But I mean, Roscoe's my weakness, Troy. You gotta understand. When I see Roscoe, that's an old friend. I don't buy his food because I'm hungry. I mean, I am, but I buy it because that's my guy.
Your mannerisms suggest that you are attracted to Roscoe.
God damn it, Troy. You're so fucking binary.
At the bottom of that, by the way, was a caloric summary, and it was 1,900 calories.
Jesus!
Just the big bite of the burger.
Yeah.
Unseen visions of the future.
I don't understand why I'm not losing any weight. I'm eating plant-based stuff.
Krill, stop making fun of me.
You know what? That was returned in a weird robotic voice, too. Like, it wasn't even Krill's voice, but it was just like an automated generated thing she found.
Now she's sending me sound clips, for God's sakes. Is everyone going to be up my ass about what I eat?
My apologies. I was not attempting to be demeaning.
No. Fundamentally, you're all correct. Let's go meet up with Jigu and Jacob and get off me as the goddamn topic for once.
Very well.
As you start walking towards the right-hand side, towards Masataka's family Asian food stall, give me a notice roll, Troy and Dalton.
One.
Okay.
0.
So, both of you notice, somehow, Dalton notices between shoveling food into his gaping maw, that, it's probably because of that. You're literally doing this, and as you look up to shovel more food into your mouth, you notice that a pair of security drones whiz by in opposite directions. That there seems to be an automated security system of some sort at play in this facility. That there are drones moving around. As you walk up to behind, you can see Jigu and Jacob from a distance at this counter, right? They are there. You can see the backs of them. Jigu's, he's lit up, man. He's in club clothes and shit. You can spot this motherfucker a mile away. He doesn't stand out really amongst the crowd too much because, frankly, most everybody has a bit of an aesthetic going on, shall we say. But his definitely, there are EL lights on it. There are reflectors. It has a vibe to it, right? And it seems to respond to his mood in some capacity, and he's quite happy right now. So you notice that there are lots of blues and greens and sort of just these like pastel hues going on his jacket. And as you walk up, there is now a stack of empty plates and just dishes in general, just bowls and plates sort of stacked up. And a doting Miss Matsutaka between the two of them and going, "You want more food? You still hungry?"
At this point, Jacob's just like, he hasn't finished nearly as many bowls as Jigu, but he just, eventually places the, chopsticks that he was using at the top of his stack, which, and just goes, no. I'm tapped out already. I will take a beer, though.
She pokes at you a little bit. She grabs a little bit of Jacob, and she goes, "You so skinny, though."
I run, I run a lot.
Jigu, who has a stack, just leans back and is like, "Oh, no, Miss Matsutaka, it's fine. We're good. No more food. She's like, "Oh, but you so skinny."
Oh.
Dalton's gonna come up behind. You guys got food?
She turns around. She kind of like, "Oh, you're not skinny."
Thank you. I'm actually working on that. I'm sure she sees the Roscoe bag as I say that.
Jacob just kind of shrugs and just looks over. I mean, I got some stuff right here if you want to fucking just.
There's a plate of pot stickers. There's some noodles. There's some rice. There's a bunch of stuff still left for you if you want it.
Right. It just goes, and eventually Jacob kind of just goes like, "This is Dalton. He's our driver. Kind of just,
Good to meet you.
Same business that I moved in with him."
She starts poking at Jigu. She goes, "You have driver."
And just, little grin out of Jacob as he just kind of sits back and watches.
I knew you were so important.
Just kind of watches everything play out.
Dalton leans over Jigu. You gonna finish that?
He's like, "Nah, it's all yours, man."
Another message pops up this time for Troy and says, "Please inform Dalton on the caloric density and adverse effects of rapid consumption of food."
Troy just chimes in and says, Patty would like me to inform you on the chemical and caloric effects.
Caloric effect, yeah, I'm listening.
Patty gets a text back and says, "It appears Jacob is not interested in this information."
Why are you talking to Jacob?
Fuck! Dalton. George totally said Dalton.
Okay.
It's okay.
I don't know why I keep getting those two confused.
Racist.
Yes.
Just continuously inform him on each specific detail. Send him these summaries of these different research medical foundations and see how it goes.
I'm ignoring that shit.
As you are finishing the food in front of Jigu, Miss Matsutaka comes out with a to-go bag, and shoves it into Jigu's hands insistently and goes, "You take some food for yourself." And he's like, "Miss Matsutaka, I have a noodle stand. I don't need food to go. I can cook for myself." And she's like, "Everybody needs a break though." And she just starts handing out to-go bags. You each now have a to-go bag full of food, including Troy.
I was just about to ask.
Everybody got a to-go bag.
Right.
I'll take it.
At that point, Jacob's just like, "Oh, it's free shit." And he just goes,
Jacob's too ghetto to ever say no.
"Yeah,
to
nope.
free.
He's just, here it is."
I do not require sustenance, but I appreciate the thought.
She takes a minute. Miss Matsutaka does not know what a Troybot is. She has no clue.
Oh, she's innocent.
Yeah, she has no clue what you are. She just like squints at you for a second, takes a beat, and is like, she nudges Jigu, goes, "He's polite. You should be like him." Jigu just blushes and doesn't have what it takes to even deal with this situation. This is his grandma, for all intents and purposes, telling him he should be more like a sex bot. It's just he's destroyed, man. He's just so fucking. He's just flush red at this point.
Dalton is going to lean over to Jacob and be like, "It's interesting to see him so weirdly vulnerable so many different ways in one day."
He's still a fucking kid, man. Just little.
You're not wrong.
Jigu appears to be the same person that he was the last time we met.
Thank you for that observation, Troy.
She squints a little harder and goes, "He dumb though. Study hard."
Dalton laughs fucking super loud at that.
Jacob just stifle laugh himself and just goes, just a little knock on the counter. It's just like, I'll still take that beer if you don't mind.
She, you know what? I had mixed feelings about that, actually. She looks at it, she goes, "Green tea only."
Jacob just kind of goes, I think I'm good. I'll have plenty of snacks for the fight, so.
She says Miss Matsutaka starts cleaning off dishes.
Yeah.
She pinches Jigu's cheek and she goes, "You come see me." And she just, he gets up, he starts walking. He's embarrassed at this point. This is a little too much exposure in front of his grown-up friends, in front of this. It's a little too much. He's got to distance himself and maybe like reclaim some of his masculinity. And he's like, come on, let's go see, let's see the fight arena.
With that, Jacob just kind of takes his little bag and just a little wink at Miss Matsutaka and just starts bounding behind Jigu.
As you walk out into the open spaces, you get crowds everywhere. You can see off in the distance, there's like vendor stalls as well. There's like electronic stores, there's component stores, there's like upgrade shops, there's street docks, because the fact of the matter is this is a fight arena. They actually do have street docks on hand for this facility. Like, there are doctors in this building that do cybernetic and hardware upgrades as a result of everything that occurs here. Occasionally a fighter might lose a fight and need patched up, and they might lose a fight and want an upgrade sort of situation. So there's all sorts of facilities in this facility. But as Jigu walks through one of the breezeways, the entrance to the main arena, it just opens up. I mean, this is a large cavernous space, and it seats just up to boxes, because there's hot VIP boxes all the way around. And give me rolls. For anybody, if you're following Jigu into this main space, give me rolls.
Was this a notice roll?
Yes, it is.
+3.
Dalton continues to be almost the worst for notice.
But Dalton, you have a +3 to your notice.
That's true. Yeah, my natural notice.
So again, remember what we talked about. because Troy, Caboose just did it for Troy. Say your rolls. That way,
Yeah, of course.
anybody watching can know what you got.
0.
And
0 as well.
no, you got a plus. Oh, you got a 1.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, well, shit.
And
I read it wrong.
yeah. So Jacob has a 2. Dalton has a 3. And Troy has a 3 as well.
Yes.
Okay. So 3s. Across the way, you notice up one of the VIP boxes across immediately above that has Zacone Big Win Casino emblazoned across the top of the VIP booth. You can Troy probably can see in a little bit that this is essentially one portion of the casino. It's on one of the upper levels, other side. And it's got some VIP portion of it that can overlook the fights. Everybody else, what you see is a arena space rung by VIP boxes with like glass, encased glass all the way around this arena, with seats spanning all the way up to it, just row upon row upon row of seats, dipping all the way down to this sunken space in which they have like replaced what used to be like a good portion of field event space with floor seats, even all the way up to the fight arena. And the fight arena itself is a proper cage match. And given the fighting capacity of some of the individuals that fight within this space, it is a high tensile wire mesh that is in fact encasing this. So if shit does get wild, it doesn't go flying out to the audience and potentially damage paying customers. So one of the areas that the mob has actually spent some money on is reinforcing the cage itself so that, business continues to flow. As you walk in, Jacob, you see on the left side of the breezeway as you're walking in a sign, an electronic poster that actually invites people for open ring matches. That there is a 50,000 credit challenge that occurs with the public, and if you can get into the ring, you can and defeat the champion, then you can win 50,000 creds. And so every week they hold here essentially what is an open mic, but it's an open ring match for anybody who wants to challenge their challenger. You walk in, there are people that like they sit up high, they sit up mid, they sit low. Floor seats tend to be reserved spaces, so those are for individuals who have paid for elevated tickets. VIP booths, of course, are controlled by the various commercial and criminal entities that control those booths. Those are handed out separately. You get into those via other ways. As you walk into the space, the announcer is just in the middle of announcing, and the announcer himself is not really a him. The announcer is essentially a robot in a tuxedo. And it's barely humanoid. It's almost intentionally, it's silver, it's very robotic. It's almost like a sort of a retro futuristic robot that has a style to it. It has an aesthetic that somebody has chosen. Because you can very much make humanoids, as evidenced by Troy. And as you walk in, the bot has its microphone. Like, it's literally just a microphone that it has like that, and it says, in this corner, Rogue Alloy, and there's a boo. There's a fucking, the audience, they don't know. No, just fuck you. Foo! Right? Versus Psycho Conflict! The audience clearly has a favorite in this fight. You see up on one of the boards, the betting odds are a 10 to 1. 10 to 1 odds. It looks like Psycho Conflict is heavily favored to win this match. As they step out, as they approach into the from their respective corners, what do you guys do?
Troy's actually kind of focused on the robot announcer. Just now the whole idea of being a robot person is kind of new, a thing to him. Hey, look, another robot. That's interesting. He's kind of just observing that, but he is aware that this thing's doesn't appear to be quite like him. Not just in the aesthetic design, but it's pretty clearly just following through with some programming.
Jacob, on the other hand, like kind of takes notice of like the open match, and it just is. There's a moment, just a bit of a not necessarily a calling, but just just be like, that'd be a quick 50K, just right in his pocket. So little mental note, and it's just eventually just catches back up at Jigu and just is like. Just the thoughts bouncing around in his head as he, as the crowd eventually kind of snaps him out of it a little bit.
And yeah, Dalton bumps Jacob. Hey man, I could totally kick one of these guys' asses. I'd be so good at this sport.
Just a little cringe. Just not even verbally responds. Just doesn't have the heart.
If I trained harder and if I didn't eat as bad, I'd be great at this. I think I'd be so good at this.
Jacob's just like just puts a little fist and just shakes the wrist out a little bit and just pop right there in the stomach.
I mean, I'm not ready yet. I gotta do some training. Dalton sits down, bundled over.
Oh, can't say I've ever been trained, and just. Little message there for him as he just walks off and goes right back with Jigu. Just starts walking away to Jigu.
Jigu he's staying pretty close to the floor. He clearly knows he can't go out on the floor seats. He sort of has the lay of the land. And he's heading you towards what I would describe almost as the 50-yard line, sort of a center point, so you can, with fighters on either side, so you can sort of see where they come across into the middle. And that's where he's headed towards to grab a few seats.
Just follows suit, Jacob just follows suit. Eventually, he starts unwrapping the little to-go box and is just, just thinking about just trying to figure out like where how to get situated.
Dalton starts to catch up with them.
Okay. Troy
does peel his eyes away from the robot and keeps up with the group.
Okay. You get there, you sit down, you're surrounded on either side by a, your random ragtag assortment of ne'er-do-wells, criminals, and I mean, even like business types and everyday citizens come down here. It's not an exclusively criminal-only location. It's just sort of a mall run by criminals. And so everybody is accepted. It's the best way I would describe it is a speakeasy during U.S. Prohibition era, where the mob was like, yeah, I don't really give a shit if you're gay, a woman, black, whatever, right? You here to do business? You here to buy liquor? Cool. Come on in, right? And so it's a weirdly egalitarian location that's just rife with criminality. That's all. It is functionally run by organized crime. So as you sit down, as I said, surrounded by all of the dregs, the middle, and even, you'd be surprised who you may find in the audience at one of these fights sort of situation. Rogue Alloy and Psycho Conflict come in towards the middle, and you very quickly get a read on what kind of fights these are. These are not boxing matches. These are very much anything goes sort of fights. You step into this ring at your own peril, and you also step into this ring bringing your own advantages. And as long as you fit the weight class, then functionally you are allowed to fight in that class. And so what happens is immediately Psycho Conflict comes out, and you see the sort of the light twing. And if you want to roll, you can maybe see it. But the fact of the matter is what you really see is two hands come apart and form fists. And on the other side of Rogue Alloy, you see these two thermal blades come up off of his hands and start to glow. And so they go in towards each other, and Psycho Conflict moves very skillfully and gets just lightly just a breath of that thermal blade near his face, and dips in under that blade, and all you see is a fist go past Rogue Alloy's face as if it's a missed punch, and then you see him circle back and whing. Rogue Alloy just falls, and the head comes separate. And that monowire filament just back into those wrists. And the announcer, continuing his undefeated reign, Psycho Conflict! And the audience just roars. Guy down in front of you fucking tears up a fucking ticket with a barcode on it, throws it down, and goes, "It was a fucking long shot. Goddamn fucking big." Yeah. Clearly he was trying to make some money on a long shot bet. Didn't pay off. Fuck.
Yeah, Dalton is definitely, as he looks up from the stomach punch to only see the end of that match, he looks back down to throw up Roscoe food.
Give me a roll.
Did not expect to see death that hard. +1.
Your shoes are now covered in puke.
Ugh. I thought it was. I thought it was a boxing match.
I just understood the thumbs up. Took a beat.
Yeah.
Troy this time is actually watching the match going on. He's taking his eyes off of the robot. So Karen did just see the guy get killed.
For those that don't know, we should inform anybody watching.
Oh yeah.
What is?
Yes, Karen had sent a message a little bit after the notice roll for the VIP room. Karen sent a message to Troy asking, "Can I see through your eyes? I want to see this match."
Yeah. So we established kind of off screen that Karen is now watching through Troy's eyes.
So what you're saying is you're pirating this match.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Did you directly send it to Karen, Or did you just simply use the codex system as is?
That should be up to Karen.
Right.
Well, he didn't vocalize it, so it would have been DM'd. Like, it would have been a message.
Yeah. It would have been a
Right.
message.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but did Karen say, where's...
I just said, "Can I see?" Yeah, I'm sitting at the monitors in the office, like at the desk,
Yeah,
watching.
and Karen
on-
doesn't use an augment, so it would
Well,
be
right,
on-
but like...
Yeah.
So, okay, we can establish in some way that Troy's streaming to one of the screens then.
2005 pay-per-view, baby.
Yeah.
Right, but you're not using the codex system, so Krill can't see. Fucking hell.
Right.
I wanted her
Krill
to
can't
know
look at a
about-
monitor?
You would, I mean, if you're in the room, Krill, you'd notice Karen's, like, watching and listening to a fight.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
Patty
fair.
walks in.
Still
at
doesn't
one
even need to
moment,
turn her head to look at a monitor.
Like walks in, looks at the monitor, and she's like, the thing I always think about these fucking fights is they never highlight the importance of the medics in this situation. Like straight up, they have like a whole like streaming service just for medical recovery after these fights.
As Patty is saying this, the medics in this situation just have Rogue Alloy by the ankles and are dragging his body, like just sort of just off of
Yeah, like,
out of the ring.
like you see one of those guys, it's Joe Manzanello. He served 6 months at MedTech before I got there, and what's great is there's a 50-50 shot you can actually recover from that.
Cool. I liked Alloy's thermal blades. I think those are quite interesting, as well as their augmented body. And the fight was cool.
Also, real
Meanwhile.
quick, that Terminator GIF that I sent in chat, that's sort of kind of more or less what you guys are seeing right now. Instead of the red monochrome, though, it's crystal clear, full color 80 HD. But you see little bits of, like, scans and informations, little measurements that would just kind of... Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, sorry. HD, crystal clear HD.
Good job.
Crystal clear
Well,
80.
you see,
I love it. No, that's perfect. Troy can't focus on one thing.
That's why all the scans
You
are
don't
going
see
off.
how
He
all the
can't stop
all the
scanning.
information
Yeah.
is just coming constantly. He's just like, what's this? What's this? What's this? What's this?
You're not entirely wrong, Karina, believe it or not, but he has selective ADHD. He can choose to focus. Otherwise, everything's just like scanning. This is a thing of a solid object, certain size, whatever. Clothing is this size, kind of stuff. That's what you're seeing right now. You're seeing Troy's like natural scan stuff, just gather information.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is, all right, ladies and gentlemen and robots alike, give us a few minutes while we reset and clean up the ring and get our next fighters ready. We weren't quite prepared for the match to be that short. And sort of music comes on the intercom system. Videos start playing. Promo videos interspersed with advertisement as the next fighters are preparing for a fight. This match being over in seconds. Yes, encouraging you to stretch your legs, get refreshments, spend more money, place some bets, that sort of thing.
So, as of right now, while the crowd was cheering, Jacob was actually pretty intensely watching that match. Again, that little twinge in the back of his head, that easy 50k was there. And just... He'd always watched, like, basically little scraps or jumpings that would happen, like on the street. And obviously he'd always have fun with that, has a little bit of obviously experience himself in that realm of things. But that was his first time seeing violence on that high of a, refined level, beyond just shooting at people. And just, kind of spoke to him a little, just a small bit.
Okay.
As soon as the break comes on, again, just business comes back on, and he just, little hand on the earpiece, and he just goes, "Troy, I think you should start taking a look at some of them systems."
I have been anticipating this.
Dalton, you know what to do.
Dalton finally getting up from his throw up.
Jacob actually kind of takes with the crowd and just kind of looks over at Jigu and goes, "That was fucking crazy."
He's riled. Like he's in it. Like it's the level of violence he's numb to. He's capable of a huge, extraordinary level of violence himself. And so, yeah, he's hype, man. He's like, "Oh, fuck! I wish I could have got some money in on that match."
I don't know nothing about these people, and he just, Jacob just starts like kind of get up and just a little play punches at him. It's just like, you didn't, I ain't never seen nothing like this before. Why didn't you,
He's like, "Oh,
give me the lowdown on who's the best guys here."
He's like, "Well, Psycho Conflict's always a crowd favorite. As you see, he moves fast and he's deadly, right? Like Dead Joker though is sort of a wild card. We don't know. He's had some really good matches. He's had some really bad matches. But he's come back from some really bad beatings. And Golden Hunter he's an old timer. So like you don't really get old in this sport much. So and he starts nerding out on all of these fighters, and he starts listing their stats, and he starts telling you about them. But he eventually gets to he eventually gets to Mirage, and who is the super heavyweight reigning champion. And he's like, in Mirage, Mirage is just a ghost, man. He could actually go invisible in the ring. He just disappears, and all of a sudden he's behind you, just pummeling you. He could kill you easily, but he doesn't. He likes to take his time with him. It's sick.
And just
Dalton, I agree. Oh, this is pretty sick.
Right. And just, again, Jacob's just kind of feeding Jigu some play punches as he listens, but more he listens, the more he kind of actually gets into it, and it's just, the thoughts of that 50,000 start coming back up, and he just, question comes out. It's like, how does that, so who handles the challenge matches then?
Oh, the challenge match is okay. So it's basically, it's kind of it's not a real fight. It's not a real fight. They have rules and stuff about it, but it's pretty much you shoot the thing in the thing. It's that sort of thing. It's like a carnival game, really. At the end of the day, he's like, but yeah, no, they have a select set of a champion that you can sign up and you can fight, and if you can knock him out, then you absolutely win the 50,000 creds. People have done it. But like it doesn't happen all the time. You actually go. There's a fight booth down near. Look, and he just points like over there, and it's down on the other side, sort of by the breezeway entrance. There's a series of like breezeway entrances into this inner sanctum of violence, shall we say? And by one of them, there's actually a little office. And he's like, you just go down there and you sign up, and they hold it every Wednesday here.
And Jacob just kind of goes. He just says, a little grin just on his face, and he just kind of goes. You think? Okay, keep it real with me. You think I got a shot?
You're totally gonna get your ass kicked. Do it.
And Dalton leans over. Arguably, you're gonna get your head cut off.
No, dummy, pay attention. They don't do weapons and stuff like in the public challenger thing. It's like a fight.
Yeah, it's okay. So what's the rules actually? Like, is it like just knockout only? Do we do what's the?
Oh, I don't know. You
What
have
do
to
we
go.
got going?
Like, I've never seen any weapons, but people use augments and stuff like that. But it seems to be like less than lethal.
See, that's the part that makes me a bit nervous.
Everything makes you nervous, Tubby.
His stomach growls again with a like it's ready to throw up.
Just, Jacob just kind of goes.
At this point, Jigu's kind of, he's a little kid on sugar, basically. He is hype. He's for it. He's like, you should do it. You should do it. You should do it.
And just Jacob just kind of, little slap on the face, and it's just, math going on on in his head. Obviously, horrible fucking idea. Could be sidelined from missions for a long ass time. They got the casino job coming up. But,
Well,
50 G's is 50 G's.
Outside of narration, it is Friday.
Yes.
And they hold it every Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
So, there you go.
It's just, Matt's going on in his head, and he's just like, comes a point where he just says, you know what, fuck it. And just, just gets up, a little stretch, once more, and he just, just says, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. And just, just starts walking off. Just goes rogue from the mission.
Yeah, Dalton turns to Troy. Don't go anywhere. You and I are staying here.
Just starts going rogue and just starts,
You hear behind you, Jigu going, "That's my man!"
Dalton turns to Jigu. You really shouldn't encourage him so much. He's gonna get fucked up.
Right.
Jigu looks at Dalton and goes, "At least he's gonna get some exercise."
I mean, I've had exercise in my life, but fine. I'm not gonna argue.
Archives relate one day to your exercise
Krill,
routine.
shut
so
the
far.
fuck up. I don't need this.
Another message goes on your phone.
A couple of things that everyone watching on the monitor would notice. They can definitely hear the conversation that's going on right now. But Troy's been looking at the augments on the fighters. And every once in a while, you see like this image of Troy with the augments on screen, and then it just disappears, and then you see the augments with Troy, and then it disappears. And then when Troy looks over to Jigu is covered in thick white lines on his screen. And there's text in the white lines saying, child, 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 child.
No analysis allowed.
Yeah.
Nice.
Take advantage of that.
Good job.
All right. Okay, so let's do Troy first. Troy, you have orders. You have instructions. What are you doing? What are you trying to do?
So Troy. We just left.
Dig.
Oh, dig. Okay. Well, Troy needs to check out some systems.
Okay, so first, as always, you have to decide whether you're going to try to do this hardware or software layer.
Well, Troy technically has two conflicting orders. Check out the systems, but also stay here. So that would kind of only really leave the software available to him, which means Troy is going to net dive.
Okay, give me a description.
Well, everyone on the screen just sees the screen just kind of lock forward. They don't get to see Troy net diving, unfortunately. Sorry. But
I'm imagining occasional frame drop.
yeah.
It gets a little chug.
I was expecting it to just like freeze, and when you see the pixels like just like hard actuate on each other, just maybe some data updates and like fractals on occasion, but like we're not seeing shit for like 2 seconds.
Yeah. Your frame rate just dropped a lot.
It's like,
A little chuggy.
I hear Jacob walking away, but his face is still right there.
Little chuggy.
Otherwise, Troy is a what?
I just said little chuggy. That's all.
Yeah, a little chuggy. Yeah. Otherwise, Troy's looking for some open network nodes that he can start connecting to.
All right. Well, as always, you enter the net through the same way everybody enters the net. So you're going to have to find your way to the shard, which is not actually that difficult, all things considered. As you enter the net, it is a they do telecasts here. They do streams from here. They do online gambling.
A lot of information.
They do. It is a widely advertised location on the net. Their net presence is prolific. They have.
I would imagine this place is probably lit up better on the net than it is in real life.
They have quite a few things. And they do a fair amount of in-house hosting. Given the how shall we say, the predilections and natures of the organizations that run this facility, they're not one to co-host with a corporate infrastructure. And so they like to do a few things in-house if they can. And so their location on the net does lead you to their physical location on the net. It's in many times it's separated out. Somebody's physical location on the net doesn't necessarily have to lead you back to their physical location. But the shard is one of those locations that very much it is one and the same.
Well, that's convenient.
So as you attempt to as you approach the shard, it has a three-dimensional representation in the net that is exactly unto itself, and they as you approach, there is around it there is physical security just as you would encounter in the real world to view the facility, to get entrance to. And they have live streams not just of the fights but of the entire facility. They have all sorts of like people watching and 360 cams and drone cams and all sorts of streaming opportunities. But to gain access to this facility does cost money. And so there is very much a cred charge to get in the front door. Besides that, there are gambling services, all outside as well as inside, and there are a variety of advertisements on the outside that function as essentially hyperlinks that can take you to facilities and pages and infospheres of the places inside. So yeah, how do you wish to approach this?
Is there anything like walking in, just
money
that's getting accepted?
Money.
I mean, like, does Troy see things, people, like representations of people?
Oh yeah, avatars absolutely move in and out.
Could Troy, like, I don't know, do something that could maybe make it look like he's part of whatever groups or people or things that are getting in?
I mean, you could try.
Could I use a fate point?
I mean, you can always use a fate point.
I'm gonna use a fate point here to increase my odds. Troy's gonna make some observations: who's going in, who's getting accepted, who's getting denied. And he's going to follow one of the things that looks like it's very likely to get in based upon the patterns that he's seeing.
Okay, so
and he's going to stand near them, and he's going to modify his appearance and whatever potential other information or things that he could modify realistically that would make him look like part of this group that's getting in.
Okay, so give me a roll.
All right. 0.
Okay, so first thing you notice is that as each avatar passes through this barrier, a sequence of numbers appears on them and a sequence of numbers appears on the barrier, and these numbers match.
That's a passcode, some kind of thing, I'm going to guess. Are there like... Thinking. You know, Troy's just gonna walk up and see what happens.
As you walk up, you encounter like a physical barrier. This essentially, what is this translucent screen that people are passing through? Flashes red and says access denied. And you see a little link down below. 55 creds for streaming access.
Troy's gonna do a and he's going to remember he technically now has a smart device that has about 300 credits on it.
Okay.
That he just had access to. Is there a way that he can bring those credits up without having to log off the internet?
Oh, of course.
He's going to bring some of those credits up, and he's going to use the device that he has access to on him. He's going to take 55 credits up.
Okay. Immediately, a one-time ticket is issued to you. What do you do?
He enters.
As you pass through the screen, it flashes blue. A little cha-ching fucking sound appears. Audibly happens. A one-time password appears over your head. A one-time password match, and you see the digital receipt get torn in real time as you pass through.
Fascinating, Troy says as he witnesses all this and walks in. So where's the gambling going on?
The gambling. Well, there's a few different avenues of gambling. There is right up front, because gambling is a very particular, thing for a sports arena. So there is a sports book essentially positioned directly up front where a large amount of people are gathered around, where you can place bets immediately. The Zakone's Big Win Casino, on the other hand, it does have a sports book in it, but it is not a part of the greater Shard facility sports booking program. So it is not directly up front.
Is it accessible within this facility?
You gonna go there and find out?
Oh, sorry, I thought that was talking to someone.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, Troy's gonna go there and find out.
Because this is essentially a 3D representation of the Shard, just with certain things removed and certain things placed in it, right? There's no food facilities anymore in the promenade for this facility. Very much it has been stripped down and is now sort of a hyper advertised, shall we say, hyped up version of itself. Advertising all of its fights, advertising all of the events that occur here. And there's even access to data banks of previous fights for fees and previous events for fees, those sorts of things. So there's essentially movie theaters attached to it as well, where people can enter and watch previous events. But as you find your way around the back, you have to go upstairs, as was the original map in the the entranceway. You go upstairs and around the back of the facility. And as you approach, you see flashing in neon lights and old school light bulb sort of design. Zakone's Big Win Casino. And as you approach, there is an avatar out front that is essentially a boardwalk hawker that is attempting to get people to come in who have strayed this far back into the facility, because the majority of the activity within the digital facility is occurring within the event space and occurring up front. People walk in, place their bets, and get to the event itself, right? That's what they want to do. And so in the digital space, the Zakones actually operate as sort of small mom and pop shop, right? So they offer lines of credit that might be sketchy for betting. They offer these sorts of things that the main facility doesn't have the time, or they really want those sorts of small potatoes. They'd rather catch a whale. They'd rather do the bulk of the gambling. But back here, the Zakones might take a specific type of bet. They might take a line of credit on something such as a kneecap, so yes, it's a much smaller mom and pop shop back here, but yes, they've essentially got a boardwalk hawker out front that is attempting to wrangle people, and is saying, best odds in town, come to the Zakone's Big Win Casino, win big, win the mega bucks. So what do you do?
Well, just as Troy sees this menagerie of lights and the hawk and the advertisement, he just kind of goes, finding the Zakone casino was easier than I anticipated. And he walks in. He's taking a look at what the surface level sees.
It is
so far.
The surface level of this is just a standard net three-dimensional neurointerface existence. This is the same thing that most avatars on the net experience 10 times out of 10, right? Outside of a net runner, this is what most people experience on the net, is this sort of three-dimensional interpretation of a physical space that has been created for them. And so there are, in this instance, there are machines. There are machines, there are avatars sitting down gambling at machines. There's a bit of a desk at the back, sort of, not so much a desk, but a counter with some bars across it, where an avatar is operating as the sports book and taking bets in the back. And there is a door to the back that says VIP only, and off to the side there is a door that says staff only.
You said there was like some what do you fucking call them, the slot machine like things? Troy's going to start observing some of these slot machines. He's going to look at some of the people playing the slot machines first, and I'm going to guess they're going to have that same kind of catatonic look that real life slot machine players have when they're just getting in that little fugue state.
Yes, but also these machines have the benefit of being directly neuro-interconnected to the people playing them.
Oh god, so then you're gonna have to literally lift a finger.
Yes, these machines have the ability to literally chemically stimulate your body.
Oh no.
Yes. These machines can, the fundamentals of the net code allow for interaction with the human nervous system. And so while some people only do a sort of VR augmented dive into the net, most others have some level of interlace or neurological net connectivity. And so there is a layer of net code that allows for interaction with human physiology. And so these machines directly stimulate human physiology. There's a series of them. They have swirling holographic psychedelic imagery and sounds coming off them. And there's a series of them, smaller machines. And then in the center of the room is one giant megabucks big wind machine that has a sign flashing over it that says "Win big, 1 million cred."
Interesting. I'm just one of the smaller. Are there any of the smaller machines available? Open?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What's the minimum amount that you can put in?
1 cred.
Troy's going to take 1 cred from the phone and put one in. Let the slot machine go. See what happens.
Give me a roll.
All right. 0.
The machine, you hear a tin 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 king. No win.
Troy just looks at this machine and then looks at all the people playing in the fugue state and just kind of blankly states, I don't get it. And well, now I'm thinking, Troy is a machine. He's not a human. Is there a way that he can see what's going on behind this machine? The mechanics going on? The things that the humans can't see?
You can try.
Roll?
Well, first, I'm gonna need you to narrate me there.
So, I think, would it be safe to say maybe Troy has some ability to lift this illusion? This illusion that's created for humans. He sees code. He's aware this thing's looking like, a slot machine to the humans, but he doesn't really know that this actually looks realistic, because it's code. It's all code.
Okay, so if you open your deck, what you'll find after that description is a editor.
All right. Troy's going to open up the editor.
Give me a roll.
+1.
What you see is essentially the math behind it. It is essentially a vector 3-dimensional recreation with a whole host of functions attached to it. One of those functions attached to it is an RNG function that has a weight on it.
Oh, that's interesting. A weight on it. Could Troy maybe modify that weight?
To do so would require you to first hack the server that is producing this code. Now, you can look at this code much as you can do a source viewer in a browser, but that doesn't change the code on the server side.
So Troy would need to get access to the server side. And Troy saw an employees only door. Troy's gonna look over the employees only door. Is he seeing anything? Anybody walking in or out?
Nope.
Troy's gonna sort of kind of start making his way over to that door. And then he's gonna remember something. What happened the last time Troy started looking in places he wasn't supposed to look? Well, he got bitten by a big red glowing bulldog. I'm assuming it was a bulldog.
I was envisioning it as a Doberman, but either way.
Some big red glowing dog thing. A guard dog of some kind.
Yeah.
People put things, Troy's realizing people put certain things in the way where they don't want you to poke. There's money here. Troy's naive, but he's not stupid. There's money here. Would he see anything that kind of looks like a security thing? A dog? Maybe someone who would notice if he tried to get into the employee zone.
Directly across from the. Okay, so first off, what we'll have to address is that this entire space is monitored.
Okay.
Secondly, it's like saying, like, you know, what activities on a web page sort of thing. It's like, yeah, pretty much once you browse across somebody's server, they're aware. Right. Secondly, there is an avatar working the sports book directly across the way from the staff only door. So essentially there's the sports book is positioned facing that way, right? And directly across the way is that staff door, and then that way is the VIP door out to some sort of VIP area.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
So, okay. I think Troy can figure out if he just walks in there right now, he's gonna get caught. Well, he's thinking back to now. He was seeing, you know, his net running friends doing all that stuff, somehow getting past security. Why couldn't he figure that out? He's gonna start looking through his deck now. What's his deck got? Anything?
Give me a roll.
All right. -2.
There's a lot of words in here that, beyond the surface value of their name, because some of them, a lot of them, have hacker names. They're not as straightforward as an editor or that sort of thing. They very much are Jockey, Bell, Widow, things of this nature, where you don't necessarily know what the function is correlated with the name.
Troy just kind of thinks to himself, humans are very illogical. What about well, I'm going to guess the server. If he went hardware layer, that would count as going to the server, and that's going to start getting attention. Troy is going to... He's going to exit now. He's going to leave the net. I think he's gathered some information. We weren't here to start the mission just yet. We were here to stake it out. Troy's got some information to share.
Okay.
And a potential plan on how to accomplish this mission. So he's going to exit. Karen, Krill, and Patty notice that the bandwidth just got a hell of a lot better.
And as Troy comes out of it, Dalton's only idea for trying to keep an eye on Troy was to just converse with his dead body to make it seem like he was there the whole time. So when he comes out, he's like, and I'm really thinking that if I were to work out just for a couple weeks, I could join Jacob in the fights. I mean, he punched me really hard, but like, I could do it. Oh, you're back.
I have located the Zacone Casino on the net.
Oh, okay, good. So we're in and out and nobody has spotted us so far?
No one is aware of our intentions, if that's what you mean.
Can I roll for notice for air drones, just making sure they're just doing their tracks?
Give me a roll.
Okay. -1.
Oh no.
I got a good plus.
Okay.
You're fine.
Okay. Okay, so I guess we'll just wait here for Jacob and then maybe slide out of here. Maybe watch one more fight and slide out of here. I mean, we paid for it.
I do have a potential avenue that we could accomplish our mission. Would you? However, I do feel it may not be appropriate to discuss it here.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, hold on to that information till we get out of here. At least back in the car.
Very well. And Troy looks back at the arena.
The Dalton quickly to his earpiece is like, we might have some stuff for you to process, fish monster.
Understood.
Jacob, as you approach the booth, there's a door. There's no window. There's no there's just a door that says basically fight challengers, inquire inside. Just that simple.
Just little look over the shoulders, see what's going on, and just pop, just at that point, just pop on through and see what's up.
Sitting on the other side is a bit of an elderly gentleman, hair coming out of places that it's just not pleasant. And sitting on his desk is an old school name a name badge sort of situation, and it just says Tony. And you walk in and he just sort of glances up and he's like, more blood. I mean Challenger. Yeah, I always fuck that up.
I get it. And it just kind of relaxes. Jacob just kind of relaxes a little bit. All right, and he just says, all right, walk me through this. How does it work?
All right, look. It's not as bad as look. You're probably gonna bleed. Look, I'm not judging you. You're probably gonna bleed though, but no weapons, no augments that count as weapons. You can have movement upgrades. You can have some strength upgrades. But again, there'll be a ref involved. Nobody's allowed to kill anybody. But you might get a little maimed. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's on you, kid. That's on you. You got to be able to hold your own in the ring, right? It's big boy fights, but just not the big boy fights. That's all.
Right.
You knock my guy out, you get $50K. You won't be the first. It's not rigged. It's just, we got an old timer who's aged out of the main fights. We pay him. He sticks around. It's that simple.
What type of augments is he running?
You find that out the day of.
Okay. He just kind of looks down just at the legs, and he's just like, just thinks to himself, can they last for long enough to actually, to wear out or otherwise see if he could edge out a win? And he just kind of looks back up at the guy and he just goes, all right, so what's the rules? Is it time limit? How does this work?
You got 3 rounds. You got 3 minutes per round.
3 rounds, 3 minutes per round. Is it in the actual ring or what?
Yeah.
He just kind of thinks,
Yeah, I mean, it's a Wednesday afternoon, man. It's not like it's going to be a full house like tonight. It's not going to be Friday night lights for you out there, but people come. You could get spotted if that's what you're after. If you're looking to make a name for yourself, who knows?
Can I bring my own corner?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, most people usually, I'll tell you right now, kid, usually it's some drunk dude in here trying to impress his girlfriend. But yeah, I mean, if you're trying to do this amateur working on pro style, yeah, you want to bring your own people, you can, yeah, absolutely, no problem.
Yeah, no. I mean, this would be my first actual fight.
I've been real?
I mean, I can handle myself if you catch my drift. But this would be, something actually sanctioned.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a step down from a street fight. You know, you can't bring any of the hardware that you probably are used to out there, but you know, he won't bring any of the hardware you're probably used to out there. And you know, like I said, there'll be a ref. He'll stop the fight if you're bleeding out or if, you're unconscious.
Gotcha. Just little pause, and just says, "You know what? Fuck it, let's do it."
All right. I mean, I'll get your name on the roster, kid. Like, he slides a list, just a piece of paper across to you that is basically a waiver. And it just, put your name at the top, initial at the bottom, and sign your name down there, and I'll get you on the list. There's usually a few people every Wednesday. He'll get through a few of you. But yeah. Welcome to it, kid. Welcome to the show.
Appreciate you. And just with that, he just starts reaching around, manages to find a little pen just hanging around. Just click, and just without much thought, just signs where it needs to sign, and just slides the paper back over and just goes, "How about you think I could bring gloves?"
We provide them.
Gotcha.
None of that sketchy shit, kid. I know how you street kids are.
I just, you gotta try.
Quick question. Do you want to is there any like ring name you want to be introduced by? You just want to call you what? And he glances down. He's like, Jakey.
Said Jacob, just the name.
All right, kid. Mm-hmm. Jacob it is.
All right. With that, just,
I'll see you. Get here. Make sure you get here about an hour early. The fights. You're. Hold on. Hold on. All right. I'm gonna put you down for 3:45 Wednesday afternoon. That's next Wednesday, and you need to be here. Get your warm up in, whatever you need to do. I'll tell you right now, you probably want to be here about 3 p.m.
Gotcha. All right. I'll see you then.
All right, kid. Good luck.
All right. And just with that, he just, just boom, out of the room, and he just immediately starts, scanning for Jigu.
Jacob, you actually start to hear a subtle ping. Mm-hmm. And your hologram projector just says, "Permission to send schematic. Yes or no?"
Just with that, again, business mode is a little bit more active now, so just yes.
The hologram projector suddenly starts constructing you as is, as it starts listing details. One of them says, "Concern, legs, lethality." Wrists, potential weakness. And Krill, as the schematics just start to subtly change, you start to see a replacement of bones in the arms that start to seem to be a more augmented, sustainable arm section, as well as the legs. It just lists require small modification for output speed temporarily.
There's just a little glance at it. Not really quite sure what to think of it, but he just, hologram just kind of goes back, and he just, goes back to what he's doing.
In the lab, there was just a small moment where Krill lifted from the table and just started doing like air fingers, working on from her view, there's a 3D program in her eyes.
Right. There it is.
As you start to come back to your seat, Jigu, hype still, fucking now he's cheering you on. He's like, "That's my man! Did you sign up?
Wednesday at 3:45.
He's fucking on, like he's climbing on your shoulders now. Like yes, he's like, this is my boys, go be in the ring.
And he's just, just a little bit more pep in his step, just as a little bit more, carries himself a little taller. Now that Jigo's fucking hyping him on, and he's, slowly makes his way back to where, where Dalton and Troy are. A little bit of, playing a little bit with some of the cheers that he may or may not have garnered from the surrounding crowd.
As you guys are making your way back to the seats, I would assume you notice that Troy is, moving.
Yeah, he's back.
He's got motion to him.
He has returned from the abyss, as it were.
The net.
Tell me the difference.
I mean, the abyss would be an improvement.
Less people, less
Either
traffic,
way.
I imagine.
You know what? That's a valid counter right there. But either way,
Less unsolicited dick pics.
yes.
Oh,
But either
you
way.
must pick those up by accident. Just caught in the wiring.
Yeah, so either way, Jacob's back, and he notices Troy is, alive again, and he just kind of just, after getting Jigu kind of settled down, he just kind of, or at the very least away, he just kind of goes over and just pops over, just says, "All right, so what's the word, boys?"
Dalton and I have concluded that it may not be best to discuss the plans here.
Okay.
We do have information worth taking apart and looking into. We maybe want to stay for one more fight just so we can not hack their systems and then run. Maybe play it cool, but ultimately, it's up to you guys.
I'm trying to watch these fights.
I'm game if you both want to stay. How about you, Troy and Jigu?
I have no preferences.
That's you all. It's all he says. I love it.
The mat has been successfully squeegeed clean. The robot announcer comes out, and he comes to the center of the ring. It says, "Everyone, I give to you, in this corner, Dead Joker!" And it is very much a dude who is intentionally made himself to look a bit like a zombie clown. It is creepy. It is off-putting. He is kind of disgusting, in a lot of ways. And in this corner, Golden Hunter! Fight! Dead Joker just pulls out a pistol. Just straight up pulls out a pistol and starts throwing rounds. And you see what the high-end mesh around this ring is intended for. It has an electromagnetic field to it, and very quickly you see those rounds pinging off of that mesh. It just lights up in a blue sort of ripple pattern as each round contacts it, as Golden Hunter moves very quickly, and you see his arms open up. The skin flaps fold back from underneath his forearms, and dermal blades extend out from either side. And so very quickly, he starts moving in back and forth off of legs, bouncing where he can. And as he gets in close, Joker pops a round off and it hits him in the thigh. And you see him just, oof. And Joker, of course, takes that as a moment to gloat a bit. Backs up a touch, couple of steps, gloats in his face, but puts his arms up. Golden Hunter very quickly pivots on that leg, and as you see him pivot, a blade comes out of his knee, and and you see Joker just get literally taken off at the knee, and his right leg is just a stump at that point, and he falls over, and Golden Hunter just stands up, starts yeah, and Joker starts laughing maniacally and shoots Golden Hunter in the back of the head as he's gloating, and then shoots himself.
This sport is wild.
Again, just Jacob's there while crowd's going wild. It's just, you know,
The
little
ref,
finger on his chin.
the announcer, not the ref, the announcer comes into the center of the ring and says, "By judge's decision, Dead Joker is the winner!" As they are
Lucky him.
dragging his dead body out of the ring.
It's chaotic.
Really?
Dalton turns to Jacob. I know you're going in the amateurs side of things, but this is really what you want to do next week.
And like a, you know, he just kind of looks at him and just goes, from what I can tell, they don't, no weapons allowed. Augments are only movement based. That's
But they're quite clearly okay with people straight up dying. So yeah, no weapons allowed. But if someone ground and pounds your face into paste, not saying that I think you're gonna lose. I think you'll do fine. But I just want to make sure you're watching the same thing I am.
don't get ground and pounded into paste.
Troy turns to Dalton and just says, "This sport seems highly illogical."
Hey, finally, Troy and I agree on something.
You know, Jacob a little shrug, and he just, you know, starts thinking about just what he might do on Wednesday, and just mind's already kind of going as to what he's just somewhere else. Long
Yeah.
and short of it.
Dalton turns to Jigu. We good here? You want to stay much longer? Maybe we can find something else to do, or like you ready to pack up?
Oh man, you guys are already old people are lame.
I don't disagree. You're gonna get there one day. You'll get it.
Fine. Okay, Grandpa. Let's go change your diaper and get you tucked in.
Dalton looking at Troy and Jacob. Is there anything else we gotta scope out? Anything else we gotta check? We clear?
I mean, Troy did his job, so you want to ask around anywhere?
Perhaps we should take a look at this casino offline as well.
I don't mind that. I don't know how to bring it up, but we could talk to either Jigu's relative about some other situations, because they clearly have worked here for a while. I've got my man Roscoe works here now. There might be some information we can pull from them, but I don't know specifically. At this point, I don't know specifically what we should be asking them because I mean, they could see where we're going with these foundational questions that I have in my head. So I don't want to necessarily rat our scene too early.
Jacob is just, you know, actually fairly amenable to the suggestion. He just, you know, slowly he gets up and just just walks over, past Dalton, just a pat on the shoulder, and he, she's Japanese, Zoomer, and just walks off, making his way to the noodle stand, hopefully with Jigu in tow.
Jigu has already resigned himself to the old people being lame and is following.
Right. So, obviously, since Dalton isn't in tow, Jigu and, Jacob could go more their own speed and doesn't take long before they're back on the stand. And, again, a little bit more of that friendly act comes on as he approaches the stand, and he just kind of, a little wide-eyed, he just kind of makes his way back and just slap right on the stand, and he just goes, man, these fights were fucking crazy, and just like, I've never seen anything like it. And he's just hopefully she's willing to pay attention to his ass.
Miss Matsutaka comes out and sees Jigu again, and it's like, oh, did you have a good time tonight? And Jigu's like, yes, Miss Matsutaka.
Just, Jacob just kind of, just smiles in tow and says, you think you're gonna be here Wednesday?
Honey, I'm here. I'm as long as this place is open, I'm here.
All right.
I assume it's not celebrating any holidays anytime soon.
And eventually, he goes into it, and it's just like, these fights are so crazy. I just, I just kind of spur of the moment sort of thing. I actually ended up signing up for that challenge match on Wednesday.
Oh, honey, you're gonna get beat up.
Look, it's 50 G's. You know how it is.
I wish you luck.
Right. Oh, between you and me, and just little shifty eyes, kind of left, right. He looks at her and he just goes, I was thinking maybe I could get some of my friends to bet on me. See if we can play some of these odds. You have any idea how casino works around here?
She looks at you. And a disapproving look comes across her face and says, I'm not sure I like the influence that you're gonna have on my Jigu.
Just that little pause, because he's not quite sure what to play here, and he's just like, he kind of just says in a more resigned tone, like, I wasn't planning on bringing him for that. It was going to be more, my crowd.
And how often does your crowd come into contact with him?
Dalton just careless as ever, just like, oh, I mean, we're right next to his noodle stand, arguably in the exact same location. Yeah, we actually see him every day.
She just clicks. She starts cleaning the counter.
Dalton leans over quietly to Jacob. I think I should have been paying more attention to that conversation. I might have messed that up.
With that, Jacob just kind of nods at Takahaka, just Matsutaka, and just starts just, little nod, and just starts kind of backing up, and he just a little head nod to Dalton and just says, "Not the first time a lead's been burned."
We are getting pretty consistent at it at this point. We could ask Roscoe, but he's a money guy, so
she pulls Jigu aside and whispers in his ear before he sort of, it's fine. Just, okay. And he just sort of resignedly walks back to you.
Yeah. With that, Jacob just kind of settles down back more towards himself, and he just looks over at Dalton. And it's just like, well, you think of getting a burger?
I mean, I wasn't until you said the magic word, burger.
I'll get me some fries. And just with that, it's just like Jigo, just kind of just as Jigo, this guy says, hey, you trying to get some snacks right now?
He goes, no, I'm still full.
I mean, me and my boy here are gonna be going out there, so trying to come with, or what's up?
Troy is still holding a little baggie of to-go food.
All right. Well, either way.
I mean,
He hasn't set it down.
narratively based, Dalton would still have his baggie. Now,
That is true.
Jacob has mentioned that he started working on his.
Yes.
So Troy and
to
Dalton
be
still
fair-
have baggies of food.
Yeah,
Yes.
the thing is,
And Dalton did throw up too, so.
well,
True.
that's what I was gonna say. I threw up, and also this baggie doesn't have burgers in it.
Okay.
Right. So at that point, either
So-
way.
You guys are headed back to Roscoe's?
Yes.
Okay. Roscoe sees you approaching again this time. He sees you approaching this time again. And he goes, "Oh, my man." I mean, he sees you sort of like walking together, and he's like, "You get this one in on the house. You're not eating for free this time. You eat me out of house and home."
No, I would never expect. I would never expect on the house, but I will ask this, Roscoe. Actually, this is I've got a friend who's been helping me with physical training, and I thought it'd be nice to give her. I know.
Anyway.
I was wondering if you could make me a burger to bring to her, so that she knows what.
Oh,
this is
I see
my
what it's
weakness.
about. I see
Yeah.
what it's about. Oh, all right. Same one, like what you want.
You remember the first burger you made for me all those years ago?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that like they outlawed that.
As close to legally as you can make it, that would be absolutely perfect.
I mean, I'll make you whatever, but like those suppliers got like shut down. It was a whole thing.
That's incredible.
You know, you're not allowed to do that anymore. So, you know.
Well, actually, speaking of on the cusp of legality, what do you think betting on your friend's fight here is like?
I mean,
That's
is your
what-
friend any good?
I mean, I'm not saying I'm betting on him,
Ah!
just towards the fight.
I mean, you can place a bet anywhere, anytime, my man. This
Okay,
is
so it's no
NSF.
problem if you are directly connected to the fighter.
Nobody gives a shit.
I love this place.
He's working the grill as you say all this, and he is concocting a burger of magnitude for you.
You know much about like this casino? Because like I've heard of the shot, obviously, but like I've never actually been inside this place. The first time I walk in, I see you. I got a familiar face, but like, does this place have like any fucking history of like shutdowns, days off, closes, or anything like that? It just seems like such an energetic atmosphere. I imagine you guys have no days off.
This place is more reliable than the public transit.
Oh shit. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it's just you know, the as they say, the lights never go out in the shard. So, I guess I wondered if that was true.
Well, they do turn off all the time, but that's in the ring.
Well said. Okay, no problem. Yeah, just first time here, a little nervous about this whole event. You know me in crowds, I'd rather just sit in my car and wait, but like here I am around thousands of people.
No, I got you, man. He finishes up the burger. He burger diapers it, fucking puts it in its wrapper, puts it in a bag for you. He goes, here you go, my man. 18 creds.
And some fries for my buddy. I'll pay for it all together.
God damn it, man. Fucking, I'm making you burger, and now you want the sides. Ah, fuck. All right, hold on.
You're correct, but
let me drop some fries for you. He throws some fries.
A message comes again.
I'm not looking at that.
He drops the fries in the fryer. They're just bubbling and sizzling away. He's like, so, how'd the matches go? You staying for the third one?
I mean, I hate to sound like an old man in front of the young sprout over here pointing to Jigu, but like I'm done. I've already thrown up from the decapitation early. I'm set for my action.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. He yours?
Oh, mine? Like physically? Like genetically? No, dear God, no.
I mean, he looked a little too not like you to be yours.
That's a safe way of putting it. Yeah, he's he actually runs a little shop near my place. He's a nice kid.
Fucking, he's like, oh, you're in the food business too, my little man. And Jigu's like, yeah, except I hand make all of my food from scratch. And you can sort of see a look of judgment on Jigu's face.
Dalton's just like,
Roscoe just fucking, this little kid just fucking in one sentence just shut him the fuck down. He just, all of a sudden, he's like shaking the fry basket a little bit sort of thing. Right? Because he just dropped fries in there, pre-prepared, fucking pre-cut. Like, he didn't even cut fucking fries, man.
Actively drawing a blank on how Dalton can diffuse the situation. Just fuck me.
If Karen, Patty, and Krill are still watching the stream, you see the facial features. Yeah, Troy
we're just watching all of this.
No one told Troy to stop streaming.
Yeah.
You do see the facial features on
Roscoe,
like highlight and stuff. Troy is taking note of the fact that Roscoe's mood just changed.
He shakes the fries off and he just kind of tosses them in a bag that very quickly starts getting greasy on the bottom of the bag. Like the whole of the bag is greasy, and he's just like, he's kind of sad. Like, he's kind of sad now. And he just sort of like, he's like, here you go, my man. Just don't worry about the fries. That's on me.
Sends him like $30 in credits. Just there you go.
All right, man. I got some like prep. Yeah, I'm gonna do some prep in the back.
I'll probably be back on Wednesday. Just me and the fighter.
He's like, all right. And as you hear the door close to the back, you hear sobbing. Just grown man crying.
Turns around. We should probably go. before Jigu offends someone else that we know personally.
Just kind of just like yeesh. just looks at Jigu and just is like just pops out of there.
Jigu has no idea what he did. He just destroyed this dude, fucking leveled him, and is just moving on with his day.
Yep.
As they're walking, Jigu, I would love one time to taste the burger you made. That's all I'm saying.
Do I look like I make burgers?
You look like you can make anything. You look like a talented cook. I'm just saying, let's, throw your hat in the ring. Not that ring. The food one. Burgers, specifically.
All right, old man. Let's get you home. You're getting confused.
Fair enough.
As you guys leave the shard, you pass through the gates as they were. Voom, 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 voom. As you pass through the fields, you make your way back to the staircase that leads up to and past the elevators to the breezeway. And as you cross the breezeway, you notice that there are no longer bodies there. It looks like the crime scene, as it were, had been completely cleaned up. There is no body, no blood, no sign or symbol, or no recognition that where once there was two people, possibly conscious, unconscious, dead, bleeding out, or various stages of decay thereof. Nope. That has just gone away. And I don't know if you look to Jigu as he passes through this area, but not a moment of recognition on his face either. So yeah, he's bounding back up the steps. Back down the steps to the third floor to where the car was. Uneventful. You guys arrive at the car. Yep.
One thing that Patty, Krill, and Karen do see is there's these white highlights in the rough shape of bodies just kind of being tracked along the path that they're all walking on. I don't think they were aware of the fight that just happened before they walked into the shard. So,
well, they would have heard.
Yeah,
if you guys were
about it.
Yeah, if you guys were on comms, they would have heard.
We heard Jiku screaming.
Ooh.
My favorite note about the codex: you need to manually mute them if you don't want to be heard. And I like to imagine it's just complicated enough Dalton can never figure it out.
Krill, stop making fun of me on comms.
You deserve
So, yeah.
it.
You guys are watching the visual representation of Troy taking note that the bodies are missing.
How do you?
We just hear the codec turn off and on again. And there's just suddenly in Dalton's face, the hologram does the reboot sequence as the neon cat scrolls across and boots up.
Jigu sees Dalton like poking at his ear and just like looks at Jacob and goes, "Does he have Alzheimer's?"
I don't know. I don't.
He's your friend. You might want to keep an eye on that.
Okay, everybody, get in the car. Beep beep.
Rock, paper, scissors, shotgun.
Jigu just like does that with the seat
Mm-hmm.
and just looks at you.
It's just, okay. And just backseat he goes.
Disrespectful, making you climb behind his seat on a 4-door.
Yeah, he literally. I was aware of that.
Just
Yeah,
damn, Jigu, you go off.
yeah. It's a 4-door car. He's like, you could climb in.
I expect one on the house for this. He says that he just fucking pulls the seat back with him.
I expect you not to remember that after next Wednesday. And he pushes. He gets in.
Dalton opens the door for Troy because he's never convinced Troy's gonna do it on his own. There you go, buddy. Let's go. Come on.
Appreciated.
Hey, there you go.
Troy's just at this point just expects Dalton to open the door for him. He's just
I'd rather open the door for him than forget him.
or have the door ripped off its hinges.
This is really expensive.
Troy's just holding the handle. The door is still there. The car is gone, though.
Handle in hand.
Okay, so give me a roll.
The question is, how would you handle that?
That's a driving roll, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So before I hit the roll, power up again that electric hum that puts Dalton right in his happy space, gets his engines going. He doesn't kick out his back this time, but he just he lets the wheels spin twice and off he goes. 0.
You're fine. You find your way down to the bottom level of the Shard's parking. You hit the street. As you head up the coast road, deeper into the industrial section, the glint, the hum, the electric light pollution, the noise and the din of the Shard leaving behind you, the memory, possibly the smell of blood on the air, the food, but some memories were had as you're leaving. Jigu is actually sort of crashing a bit. Those little bodies can produce spectacular energy, but long haul marathon they don't do. And so despite his protestations that the old timers were dragging him out already, he seems to be nodding off a little bit as the hum, as the road noise, as you're heading back.
Yeah, seeing Shigu getting comfortable, Dalton puts on background music not akin to what we have now, to just let him vibe out. Let the relaxation happen.
You mean not unlike what we have now?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. Couldn't let it rest.
No, it's fine. That was my bad.
Couldn't do it. Okay. You find your way back. By the time you get back to your parking area, Jigu is firmly asleep.
At this point, Jacob just kind of, back to his usual tone down self. He just kind of says that Dalton was just like, I'm not going to be the one to wake his ass up.
I mean,
I love the deep thought that you guys as players are like having to do at this moment. Like, oh.
He's a bit of a. After seeing the stuff he pulled tonight, I don't necessarily want to poke him while he's asleep.
Do we want to touch a fucking sleeping bear?
I mean, in all fairness, if anyone could, it's the robot.
This ain't a bear, this is Wolverine.
The robot that isn't allowed to touch kids.
Ah, god damn you and your protocols.
Troy can't help you. Troy has well established that within the narrative. Troy can't help you.
Codex Rings, how far are you out?
We're only few streets, like, because we're in the back alley, and I can't put this car anywhere but a main street, so we're just a couple blocks out, as close as possible. But
Troy.
well, I'm gonna turn to Jacob. You have the best rapport with the kid. If anything, just pick him up. If he wakes up, we'll let him go to his place. If he doesn't, we'll just put him on one of our couches in the main area.
Jacob seeing that this is just not a winning battle here. Just kind of.
I ain't leaving him in my car all night. I'm waking
Little-
up with nothing.
Little pat on the old robo thighs. He just gets up, just pops door open, grabs his takeout food. He just opens the passenger door and just little nudge, little pat on the shoulder, just like
I'm awake.
Oh my god. Fate point.
We made it. Now he's Jacob's still a little bit more settled down. The excitement's kind of dead. He's not crashing himself necessarily, but he's just kind of like come on, we just got home. Let's go take that walk.
Jigu, bleary-eyed, very quickly trying to assess, and just gets out of the car. And the not cool night air, the humid, stale city night air. But strangely enough, it is the sort of natural state for a lot of people in NSF. Like, that is the default that, like, Jigu would have grown up with, that Jacob would have grown up with, that Dalton has grown accustomed to.
That's true, Dalton. Yeah.
So yeah,
I remember when this stuff was fresh.
He starts walking back towards the alleyway, off in a distance, and just as headed back home.
Yeah, Dalton lets Troy out. Dalton is 100% still in the mind that if Troy doesn't get an order, Troy does nothing.
Yeah,
Troy states as he's getting out, "Thank you, Jacob, but I am capable of exiting the
Dalton again.
Fuck!
I'm going to start accepting that in the narrative.
I kind of am too. Like,
we could make excuses for it.
It's at a point
human
where
males in human males descriptions just blur for Troy. Apparently,
we technically have established that Troy does have a couple instances of processing difficulties.
Yeah. All right.
Keep
going.
You know what?
Fuck it. We'll say the Jacob was canon.
Okay.
Thank you, Jacob, but I am capable of exiting the vehicle on my own.
I mean, you can barely remember my name, but I'll take your word for it.
I am experiencing a discrepancy.
Yeah, so was I. Don't worry about it. Just close the door behind you. Let's go. I want to see if Karen or Krill have worked out anything for our next step, at least. And I want to make Patty eat this.
As you get...
Troy's just... okay, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say Troy's just following. I thought you were waiting for me.
Yeah, we're heading in together.
As you guys get back, Jigu sort of... Jigu turns and looks at Jacob and says, "I had a good birthday. Thanks." And he walks off very quickly.
Yeah. There's a little twinge. Like eyes just go a small bit wide and just nods along. Just lets him go. But he does take note of it. And he just, there's kind of just that moment with himself, knowing that that's how actually he ended up spending his birthday, was just casing a joint with him. And then he just, takes his leave into the base.
You know what? I'm for that. Jacob, give me a roll.
What is this roll?
Just give me a roll.
Okay, I'm terrified. I don't.
All right, your narration stands.
I just looked up.
Yeah.
For anybody watching in post, we were doing an empathy save.
To see if he breaks down and cries.
Okay.
But
shall crack a little.
yeah, after Jacob hears that and processes that, that's when I assume Troy and I arrive behind Jacob. Hey man, we going in? Is Jigu safe?
Yeah, no, he made it inside.
All right, cool. Let's head in and start breaking down what we found out with the others.
And just with that, just makes his way inside, as if nothing really happened.
2, 1, and 3 rush to you guys as you come in, like pets excited to see people coming home.
Oh Jesus Christ! Oh my God!
Just he kind of just brushes past him. Jacob just kind of slowly but surely, because he's looking for his possible corner man, and just starts looking for Patty.
He's sitting in the lab with everybody else. We've been like watching this the whole time.
Right. Well, they don't know that.
And Dalton's gonna follow Jacob to look for Karen.
Karen's there
All in
too.
the lab.
Yeah, they're all in the
Okay.
lab.
Right.
Everyone's gathering in the lab. Basically,
I'm
long
imagining
and short of it.
Patty and Karen and number 4 are like squished up behind the desk looking at the monitor.
Yeah.
While Krill is, face first on the crafting table like always.
Patty's just deep in her cup.
Yeah, Dalton just walks up to the desk that Karen's sitting at and puts the bag of the Matsutaka's noodles leftovers for Karen. There you go. I probably wasn't going to eat this. You can have that.
Thanks, dear.
Anytime. Turns to Patty. You can have this. Hands you a greasy bag.
Thanks! And I immediately toss it in the trash and it burns up, incinerates. The next time I catch you eating one of those, I will make you make 2 more laps up the hills each run.
I mean, there was a 80% chance you were going to do that, so I'm not upset, but
I was going to escalate it on a natural increasing curve, but if I catch you eating one of those burgers, I will add another on top.
Troy holds up his little baggie
got
and
it.
states, "I have a to-go bag of Japanese cuisine."
I'll take that, and I take that.
So Jacob just kind of seeing the interaction, he just figures talk about the fight later, and just looks over at Troy and it's just like, all right, what do you got to share with the class?
While Jacob had left, I attempted the net dive to scout out the location on the net of the Zacone Casino.
How dare you? It is the Zacone Big Win Casino.
It's a Zacone Big Wig Casino. Thank you.
I'm writing that down just in case.
I will put it on the record now. It is what I allow myself. It is the one tribute. Shout out Brendan Mulligan. It is Barry's Big Win Casino from Starstruck. It is absolutely a reference to it. Mad respect. All right. Anyway,
I'm writing down calzone big wig pizza.
it is my one in-universe reference I'm allowing myself. Carry on.
That's fair. Among it were digital representations of standard gambling apparatuses, including slot machines. While attempting to dissect some of the code of the slot machines, I noticed that there is a weighted chance system within the slot machines. I was unable to gain access to this as this casino is very heavily monitored, including by avatars of what I presume are human net divers.
Oh, they have net divers protecting the security inside the casino itself.
These are assumptions. I was not able to confirm for myself.
Okay.
However, though, you were saying that the results of the gambling are its own system. It is not a set thing. It was something they were seemingly changing and waiting on their end.
The results of the digital slot machines are randomly chosen. However, there is a variable that adds a certain weight to the chances, most likely giving an advantage to the house.
Yeah, as you
One
said,
thing that could cause one of our major things we were requested is to cause chaos in the casino. A good distraction would be to change those weights.
My thoughts exactly.
So
Concurrence around.
I spoke to one of my friends who works there. The thing is, he hasn't been working there very long, and we can do our own digging on this. But I was just looking to find out if there was any time in history that there was a power outage, blackout, EMP, anything like that. So far, we got no information about it. But I couldn't dig too deep because you can't just ask people in the casino, "Hey, man, EMP ever affect the place?" Like, kind of bait. But it seems so far, yeah, they haven't had any outward power knockout, if that was an option.
But if we shut it off, that doesn't mean that the system's broken. It just turns off for a moment.
We just gotta disrupt them for like a minute.
Can I make a lore check?
The
go ahead.
original job was listed as I lost $20,000 in those Cossack bastards rigged machines, and I want them to pay. I don't care as long as that casino loses money and isn't usable.
Yeah,
That's our job.
Yeah, just as an outward thought, a power outage, even if we get it for a minute at a company and a place like that, a minute of no transactionable process could do a major damage.
Now, can I make my request, Kai? I'd like to make a lore check to see is NSFPD going to come to a power grid getting attacked? Are they going to show the fuck up at something like that, where it's like, hey, you just fucked with the city's systems. Now you're screwed. Finally, a +4 on something.
I'm a lore
So-
check.
How are you doing this lore check? Because this isn't something Krill automatically would know. So you have
No,
to give me
and-
narration attached to this roll.
Rill's going to, instead of like just Googling, does NSFPD show up to ducking, going. Very specifically, she's not
Duck it, Google.
searching. I thought that was the full website, but duck it.
The
is how to
full
search it.
full name is duck. It's Google. The active verb is ducketing. So you
Ducketing.
duck
Oh, yeah.
it something.
Yeah, so she's ducketing if instead of ducketing, she's going to her her forum chat rooms where she works with other, tech savvy scavengers and asking. And she puts out a little ask. Has anyone fucked with a power grid? And what was the response to it from the city?
Is that the exact form of the question you're going to ask?
Or what? Was there a retaliation from systems?
Give me what you'll be posting, and I will
All
work
right.
with that.
Hey, y'all, done any cool hacker shit?
All right. Concerned about local grid usage, would accidentally tripping a local substation, would that guarantee NSPD on my doorstep? Question mark? Question mark?
A few moments go by. 4 is a great response. So, substation attack, almost guaranteed to get some heat brought down on you. Netrunner investigation to proceed. Physical location definitely going to show up.
Noted. Thank you. There's just a response of, okay, I'm going to get 3 backup generators before I do what I'm about to make. Thank you.
Okay.
Sweet. All right. So, Krill quickly informs, fucking with any amount of power, attacking a single building alone is going to cause too much heat, and if we attack a power grid, we will call way too much heat on our ass to ever hope for a semblance of cover.
Yeah, I don't disagree that we are definitely going to get heat if we mess with something that could bring the NSPD, but this mission inherently is going to bring the force of gang war on us. So, I mean, the inherent risk is there.
We are fucked. I would not like to increase the number of enemies we are gaining in this mission if possible.
Well, in that case, the police are our baseline enemy.
I have an idea. What if we could attack the substation, make it look like the Zakones did it, and bring it down on them?
How?
I don't fucking know. Y'all are the fucking robot people.
And
Really to Troy. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
an added bonus to the job is to make it look like a rival gang did this. A possible in would be to get a gang to go attack it.
I also
That is going to be difficult to make them do, but
well, I mean, not if we could create the perception. I mean,
we cannot be the ones dealing this blow, be it physical or digital footprint. We are going to be dealing with the most professionals the NSFPD can afford. And I don't want to be on that end when those professionals look for us.
Yeah, we already fucked up once. We don't need to do that again.
don't we have a codex of a dead angel?
we actually do. Yeah, actually. And I was going to say, a lot of these gangs tend to use gang colors, designs, or features, especially in their cars. It wouldn't be a lot to knock up a car that has some kind of relation to another vehicle or even mimic a vehicle predominant in another gang. That's, again, just a broad stroke idea.
Who brought a codex of a fucking gang into our base?
That would be
Troy
good.
holds up the codex.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
Roy! Put it away.
Give it
No.
right now.
No. Troy, do not listen to her on this order. Okay, put that codex away.
I am experiencing a discrepancy.
If you listen to her, I will actively punch you.
Do you possess the upper body strength?
Yes.
Careful.
Troy puts the codex in one of his pockets.
Good. Troy, do you remember what I told you about that?
Patty, it's not the one you gave Troy.
It's not that one, Patty. It's the one they
Not
just picked
that
up from the
one.
arena.
Oh,
They just
okay.
got.
All right.
Yeah, the one
Can,
they
can we
went
just ignore that?
No.
The one
No,
that
No.
you can't.
No.
Patty thought it
No.
was a different phone.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Patty,
That's fine.
why are you protecting a random ganger's phone? Can you elaborate on yourself? Because that is currently pinging our location where a gang is fully aware someone just got murked and is looking for the other person's phone who just got robbed.
Patty looks at Jacob first.
Unless they're shitbirds who are not worth a
And-
dime to the gang, they know our location.
I think they're shitbirds, but we should turn it off now.
Yeah, we can turn it off, but those guys did not like. They were
I'm not
barely
worried.
on. They were barely on vibe.
I turned off the codex like when I gave it to him.
This
What
is
are
a
you
different
talking
codex.
What?
Yeah,
Different codex?
Oh. Okay. Well, we can come back to that conversation.
Are there two
Hmm.
No,
Are
there two
no, Patty, no.
cellular
Like,
devices in our building?
Karen, Phil,
Unknown
let Patty cook.
Hey Dalton, do not talk to me about cooking. I've seen what you eat.
Patty, you consumed nearly 2,000 calories in alcohol just today alone.
Yeah, but I know how to
big
regulate
yikes.
my metabolism.
Big
I do
yikes.
not care. You are still a hypocrite for considering Dalton's calorie intake.
I mean, if he wanted to start taking some shots to help deal with his calorie intake, I'd be more than willing to help.
Also, thank you, Krill.
There's just a small playback on a monitor of every sip Patty took in the last, 3 hours.
Yeah, what, Krill, are you jealous?
I can smell booze. I do not understand any of your attraction to the liquid poison.
Yeah, well, it takes a certain amount of ability to experience things.
Do not get me wrong. I am jealous that I cannot understand all of the concepts that humans intake, including taste. I lack this sensation. But it does not matter, for I see a lot of shade being thrown when one is not cleaned up their own house first.
I defend you consistently, okay? These people be like, oh, look at this fucking weirdo robot. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. She's another fucking person with some issues. Don't start shit with me, Krill. You do not want to fight that battle.
Can we
nearly blew a mission yesterday.
Can we get back to what we're gonna do with this casino? Because this is gonna be a hell of a thing.
I agree. This argument seems non-constructive.
You confronted me directly, Patty.
Well-
Your protection of me is not continuous. In fact, we have had quite the bout as of recent. I'm sorry your memory has lapsed. I can't forget.
Yeah, well, you see, the reality is when someone's being a bitch, I'm going to be a bitch to you, okay? That's the reality is, I'll defend you, but if you're going to be a bitch to me, I'm going to be a bitch back. I'm sorry. I don't pull punches.
I mean, it's gonna be a real bitch if we try to do this mission without a plan in place.
She just takes another drink, looks directly at Krill.
Anyways, Krill slowly turns to Troy. Troy, may I please have the new cellular device?
Troy looks over at Patty as if asking, "Do I hand it?"
I thought it was another Codex, Troy. I don't give a shit about that one. As long as you don't give the one I gave you, then it's fine.
I was under the impression that we were not allowed to mention that one.
Exactly, but the cat's already out of the bag, so...
No cat is involved in this
It's the
situation.
Karen nodding a little, like, okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and
Troy
it's half
hands-
skinned already. It's great.
Troy takes the phone out of his pocket and hands it to Krill.
Brill takes it over to the computer system they have and starts creating a digital quarantine on it. Where she transfers every bit of data that phone, all that code has on it, into that quarantine.
Roll.
Total is +3 if it's crafting. -1.
I'm fine with that.
She quarantines every little bit of data in there, including the wallet, so that I don't know if they spent all the money in it, but the moment all of that data is out of there, it snaps it immediately and throws it into the incinerator trash thing. And apparently we now have an incinerator trash bin.
Well, the
There was
trash,
money
the
on
trash
that.
bins are used... No, we already got on
No,
it.
everything that was in it is now on the computer in basically an isolated folder system.
If the original number was 300, I believe.
Yes, the original was 300.
Then I believe you have 189 creds on that.
Nice. But yeah, no.
Yes.
And girl's just gonna cross her fucking fingers that in that time, no one did a simple find my phone program.
I wouldn't worry too much about that, Krill. I don't think people are going to find the bodies of those people for a while. And they're not going to worry about the phone for a bit.
Is
Troy's own data described the bodies missing from their initial location.
Yeah, but I assume that was the establishment, not their friends.
Considering Jigu went nuts, is he okay, by the way?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, Karen.
I was hearing that. That did not sound good.
Yeah, it's okay.
Girl just looks to Karen because she's trying to say something.
So, the angels have something that they seem to be interested in. You guys left it behind. That may have helped us if we knew what they were smoking, snorting, whatever the hell they were doing with it.
And just like
If
that,
we could...
and Jacob just reaches in the pocket, just shakes a little bottle.
You have it.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
It's a bindle of
Beautiful.
powder.
Okay.
And just
If
with that,
we
he just tosses it at Karen.
Thank you. They like this. They want this. Maybe this could be why they go and attack the Zacone Big Win Casino.
I have no idea what it is.
I mean, I send it over here. I can smell it real quick.
Don't
Oh God.
do that.
I have chemical analysis
Thank you.
capabilities.
Give it to
Oh,
Troy.
thank God. Thank God.
It's
Thank
not
God.
like the first time I've smelled shit. Like, you think it's the first time I've smelled shit on people? Come on.
You would have probably huffed it by accident.
No, like, it's real easy. You open the bag a little bit, you walk through
No,
for a second,
I
you
hand it to
close
Troy.
Jesus.
Patty's gonna end up like a cop with fentanyl. Just
Just fucking
Like that
T-pose.
reporter at the heroin burn.
You think I haven't done coke before?
Pocket
Come on.
fentanyl.
Fentanyl.
Troy actually quite delicately, in fact, opens up a little baggie and sticks an index finger into it, taking out just a little teeny tiny sample of what the powder on the surface of his skin, and just places his finger on his tongue.
Dalton leans to Karen. I hate that that's how he does it. That is so unsettling.
Because it's not the first time he's
What?
done it.
Yeah.
what other receptor would you use if you were incapable of taste
It's-
but require a tongue?
It's just a design fucking feature at that point.
This design feature was intended to find potentially toxic or poisonous substances slipped into my owner's food.
It would allow Troy to sip a drink and know if it's poison. It seems to be very.
I'm not
Almost
saying
no
it's a
chemical
bad-
analysis of other things that
Troy,
might be in
what's it-
Troy's
what's it-
mouth.
what's
You know,
the
there's
chemical
multiple
comp?
reasons.
Should I roll?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, give me a roll.
0.
Hold on.
What's your chemical analysis stat?
Yeah, what is that going to be on? Would
It's
that be
it's investigate.
lore?
It's investigate. It's investigate.
What do you not have?
So 0. Jesus Christ. I don't, and narratively, like, you know what? Undo that roll. The roll no longer matters. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna undo the fact that you did that roll even. Because this is just sort of, this is a baseline function. This is a baseline function. There's no skill involved in this. This is just what Troy is. It's like saying roll for calculator use.
Well, skill was him putting his finger in properly and coding it fully.
He just puts his finger in and the bag explodes.
I could see like rolling for the sake to see if you get extra information that you may have not gotten on just a default. But yeah, no, like it still seems to be an auto success.
I mean, he's a machine, you know. It's like how could that fail or get better?
Machines fucking glitch doing the same task over and over all the time.
So it's a designer methamphetamine known on the street as Trez. It's the default stimulant within the NSF lore. But it is highly stepped on. This is some like end user passed through a bunch of hands. There is a baby laxative in here. There is calcium bicarbonate in this. There's a bunch of like just absolute stepped on, but somewhere in there's like 12 to 20% stimulant. And so yeah, this is a bindle of really, really low grade Trez.
So whenever that comes up, Patty is like, oh, you know, one time there's this guy who decided to take 2 whole hits of this, like within the span of 30 seconds, and we found him on the ground, like literally having a seizure and shitting his pants at the same time. It was
I feel like you have to have a build up to it before you just blast it.
Yo, bro, your meth's so cut you could bake bread with it.
I want to try some meth bread.
Don't, Jacob. Stop, Jacob.
No, this is me in real life, outside of narration. I'd try some meth bread.
Jacob would say that too.
So fold your dry ingredients together, your flour, your baking soda, your yeast, your Coke.
Tell me you wouldn't.
No, I actually wouldn't.
There is a curiosity.
What are the... I'm just thinking of all kinds of like weird fuck-arounds we could do to try and get a meth addict to basically slam a car I designed for him into a power station.
Jesus Christ, no!
Am I the only one thinking about the plan here?
I mean, that's a solid strategy if you ask me.
Can we not throw random drug addicts into the mix?
Not random drug addicts, and
They're
gang drug
Gang
addicts.
member. He doesn't count.
Okay, gang member is fine, but if you just throw random dudes off the
No,
street...
I'm not picking up people off the street. I couldn't trust them behind the wheel. I need somebody who's like gang banging and doing meth.
Okay, to be fair, you don't have to trust them. All you have to do is say, hey, here you go, here's that, just drive straight forward. Like you could do it.
A straight meth addict's just gonna get out of the car.
Well, if they're a meth addict, they want to do the drugs, and they'll do anything for the drugs. Like,
Either way, we're not picking up randos and homeless people to do our missions. This is purely inciting a gang attack.
yeah. All right, so
I like the idea of the power station. There's less people. However, if we could directly attack the casino, I think it would be better. Power station would work, but
yeah, I don't disagree.
Hmm.
I do like we said earlier, there is the issue of potentially making enemies with everybody who has a vested interest in the casino, as opposed to making enemies with the police, who by and large are the enemy anyway. There is no we don't have any friendly ties to them. With the gangs, at least, I mean, we are technically under the thumb of one gang, and I don't know how monetarily tied they are to the casino. Granted, we're not supposed to appear as it's us anyway, so theoretically this is all bunk, because it shouldn't be seen as us. It should be a mistake.
Yeah. I'm not too eager to have friendly ties to the cops anyways. Like, you seen them at work in the crime scenes?
Yeah.
Awful.
I'm not sure we should involve our protector/landlords involved in this. if any of it comes back to us, I'd rather not the gang know where we live already,
Yeah.
as the ones we fucked with. But I don't think we'll find a shortage of people to involve in this if we don't work with the Angels as is. I don't like it that they have already picked a fight with Jacob and Jiku.
And that's
that's
just a run-of-mill toll shit. Like,
I think Jigu would very much appreciate if we slammed an angel into a power station, or even through the front window of the casino.
I have
mean,
no
basically just
emotional
holograms.
attachment to them. I see why we do not. I see no issue in manipulating them for our means.
I mean, let me think. Like, I know they used to do that whole thing, Dalton, when you were like younger. They would put like a brick on the gas pedal or whatever it's called. But like, is there something we can do like that?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
possible.
I mean-
I could rig up anything in a vehicle so that we can. I mean, I could rig a bomb to the vehicle so that we do some real damage. It all depends on what scale we want to get to.
Bombs draw more attention.
No, for sure.
You know.
Yeah. I could rig an EMP to a car.
Is that even
We get-
possible? Like, what do you need for that?
I mean, I would have to work with Krill and Troy to build an EMP. I don't know that off the top of my head, but if it's built the right way with the right slats, I could lock it onto the bottom of a car. We get an angel to drive it straight through the front door, pop it, and potentially shut down the system for. Depends on how the backup systems work, but we could potentially shut down the system for a number of minutes.
Hey Kai, I want to ask a question. So, I don't know much about law or legal processes, but my gut feeling is telling me that if you just you start building a straight up EMP in like a cyber city, you're gonna get some attention. And I was wanting to see if I can make a roll on the likelihood of that shit.
Roll.
Okay.
Yeah, lore roll.
Yeah.
How common are electromagnets? They actually got to be pretty fucking common around
Oh,
here.
I got a +4.
Holy shit! What the fuck?
It would
There
be
we go.
it would be a high order domestic terrorism charge.
Okay.
Yeah, guys, let's probably not do the EMP. That's how we get the fucking guys that were on us at the beginning of this shit on us again, and probably put a bullet in our brains this time.
And remember how I said about professionals? They are also capable of finding who built something from remnants if they need be.
Your best bet is probably knockout.
I think the best course is to send the gang to the casino. That will get the least amount of heat brought down on us after the fact to find out what the fuck actually happened.
So at the very least with that, we'd have to figure a way to motivate an assault on a high-level security center like the casino. And arguably the Angels at the higher level might also be monetarily tied to them. So I agree with you. We just have to find a real motivation to get them to do this. It might not work with just one bag of meth.
Ooh.
At least the meth helps.
Yeah. We can definitely meth up a few of them and send them in.
Who all runs the casino? That's the question I have. Because if the Angels are tied to them, they probably wouldn't want to like shoot themselves in the foot and stop their business.
Yeah, well, so I've worked around the shard, and I've worked around gangsterism for a while. I don't know who directly runs it. I just know that a lot of moneyed interests have some kind of piece of the pie from the casino. Now, obviously, the higher ups and the people who run it get the most out of it, but there's all kinds of gang activity that they benefit from inside that facility.
Yeah, well, I would say is if you're going to go after anybody to like go after the Zacones, what you probably want to do is get one of those lower level guys, because if you start going higher up the chain, they're going to fuck with you hard.
Mm-hmm. No, don't disagree. We don't. If anything, we don't have to mess with or talk to anyone on a higher level.
An up-and-comer. Find an uppity young dumbass who wants to impress the higher-ups.
That's an idea.
As well, I would like to see about the side effects to one if they were, say, to overdose or have far too high quantities of this specific methamphetamine.
I mean, I can tell you how that
Right,
goes.
Fair enough, Patty. Please elaborate.
Just to
Specifically, I am looking for mania.
okay. Hi. Patty knowledge, but I can't instantly know off the top of my head. How would it go for an overdose?
What you're looking for isn't an LD50 style overdose, where you're looking at a critical biochemical or musculature failure. What you're looking for is a lowered threshold. Now, the mania actually would be a little bit of an interesting thing to achieve. What you're looking at there is keeping someone strung out for a bit. So if you were to kidnap someone for, say, 5 days and keep them awake the entire time strung out on Trez, then you definitely would have some hallucinatory effects as well as the strung out effects. If you just give them a large dose in a single go, the overdose looks like cardiac arrest usually.
Okay. All right. So the problem that comes is, in order for us to get this going, we basically have to like straight up kidnap somebody and keep them going for a while. And some of y'all a little more crazy than me, but I don't feel super comfortable like basically torturing a guy for a while.
Why not?
It's kind of fucked up.
I will say this
You're gang
as someone
members, not
who,
people.
yeah,
They're gonna literally do it to you if you were caught in them. No.
as someone who has been in the gangster crap and has never physically done a lot of shit, I will say I understand where Patty's coming from, especially like as a medic. But at the same time,
Well, the problem comes
I'll-
is also your run-of-the-mill gangster is just a dumb fuck trying to like survive. Okay, like
right. Well, what I was gonna say is I'll get the van, windowless.
I
Would you-
have the perfect schematic for this. Red Sea has worked on it in the military branch before.
okay, wait. Okay, I need you to think about this. You're basically going to kidnap not an innocent man, but a relatively non-bad person. Okay.
Don't
And
I'm just confused as to what the difference between us struggling for money and getting killed by gangsters for not paying our rent, and them struggling for money and trying to get meth.
Just because you are struggling to survive does not require you to be a shitty person.
does it not?
I'm
I mean,
sorry.
yeah. How long have you lived in NSF?
Ian.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Okay, I'm saying in the
Do you
relative
know
scale.
how many people have died to keep me alive?
I'm saying in the relative scale.
Oh,
Okay, like
shit.
when you look at the world, we're all shitty people, right? But like, you know, there's ways to be less shitty, and one of them is not capturing a random guy and torturing him for days.
Brill just pops off her little finger plug-in, plugs into the table, and goes into the body basket and pulls out that upper torso that she left mostly unused, full of augments, and throws it onto the slab as the arms start to deconstruct the material there.
That person who's already dead, that's not our fault.
No. This was just a body left here. No.
Yeah.
He's deconstructing it into materials to be used. You start to see water being moved into glass vials on the edge. They're definitely stained red.
Dalton's looking through his codex, looking at his vehicles, trying to find a windowless van.
So your ethical dilemma is that it's bad for us to torture.
Oh, look, I'm just saying is if you're going to like be doing shit with people, I'd rather you like put them out of their misery quick instead of doing this, keeping them locked up for 5 days shit. Like this is basically like prolonged like torture, and I think it's weird.
In the end, does it matter?
Kinda, yeah.
And well, I
To
mean,
who?
if we didn't achieve having an overdose in the casino during that attack, whoever gets their hands on the person we send in anyway is going to torture them. So all I'm saying is everyone's going to torture somebody at the end of the day. There's no ethical torture under NSF law.
Like,
Okay.
and we're righting a wrong. They steal from their patrons. That's why we got hired to do this in the first place.
I mean, yeah, like we are being paid to do this shit anyway.
I just want money.
I'm
If
kind
you
of with
can-
Jacob on this one.
Patty,
We live in a city
you
where
can veto this if you can come up with 7,500 credits for us. Can you do that?
Let me see. When's our next payment due?
Last week.
No, the next one. We already paid.
Yeah.
you still owe me
Krill?
1,000.
Krill's in the red.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
owe
cool.
her.
Okay, so what? That's 8,500 then. Let me see. If I do the job twice, Kai, how often we Patty get paid at her smaller jobs? Like how much?
Just depends on the job and what
Fair.
one's on the books.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I could probably pull 2,500 most in a week.
Here's the thing, and I don't mean to put this on you, Patty, but whatever we choose to do, we're gonna need you to medically keep the person alive. So at some point, we need you to be down with the plan.
I mean, do we need him alive?
We need him alive up to
Yes,
the point where we
we
release
do
him.
in fact actually require his vitals working.
Yeah, we can't just throw a corpse into the middle of the atrium and blow it up or something.
As
We
much
need
as it
him
would
to
be
go in.
interesting to see the science behind reanimating a corpse
Get
to
out
make
the
it
catapult.
walk again, as intrigued as I am by that scientific venture, I do not find it today's task.
Okay, Fishenstein. We'll worry about reanimation
To
later.
a counterpoint here. A good a counterpoint here. A good motivator for some gangs to get in some beef is when a tortured body comes to light.
So what do? We just like drive a basket by? Just is that what we do?
Are you implying, Jacob, we torture this person and instead of using them as a task, we find a way to ensure they have no memory during the torture and then leave them in the Zircon's establishment to be found by an angel?
Or
It
at
could
least
be.
in their territory.
If we can implicate the Zircons in an act of torture, that could also put them in some heat.
Because Zircon's would likely, at least
It may
My
put them in
assumption-
heat. Specifically, our job is to have the casino shut down.
Yeah, if they choose a different target, we don't get anything.
I'll make a compromise, okay? They have to be over 18. They need to have been in the gang for at least 2 years.
Cool. I don't hate that. I don't hate that compromise.
That's not a hard bar to clear.
Yes, but I would rather us not take children or people who have only been in the gang for a minor amount of time.
Yeah, I would
Cool.
I would
I'm
argue
okay with
that
that.
going too young is a little rough. We can find someone of age.
Well, you know, I've seen my fair share of gangbangers who are 14 or 13 or 12.
I know I understand that. That's not what we want to do. We'll get someone roughly my age, turns all the way to Karen and like winks, turns all the way back.
If he's 17 and a half, he's 18.
18.
Patty, I have been watching many animal documentaries. Many of them are narrated by this David Attenborough. I don't understand his significance, but he's narrated a lot.
It's
He's
Attenborough.
phrase- Oh, thank you for the correction, Attenborough. He seemingly uses the phrase soul and God a lot. Are these concepts you believe in? You seem to have hang-ups with bodies.
No,
how
I'm
we-
just saying is, if we're going to do this, I want it to be an adult, okay? At that point, the adult is already in a responsibility shit, okay? I don't want a child because
We're not
Yeah.
arguing the child aspect. I am simply trying to figure where all of these repeating hang-ups are sourced from.
While they're
Here,
they're
how about
talking
this?
about that-
one day I'll teach you about all the things I've seen.
while they're talking about that, I'm standing next to Karen. So do we want like is a black van too obvious, or do we want to do like white seems a little too present, you know? Do we want to like I can go for like a brown shade? Maybe I could put gang signs on it from another gang. Like we could get real crazy.
Yeah, dirt is its own level of camouflage. Like, yeah, just mid-level grunge.
Okay.
Well,
If anything, I'll take it
I-
outside the streets and rip it up.
Kind of looks at the plate on her elbow. If you can find something like rusted and ate away like this, I'm sure it would do a lot of cover.
Oh, perfect. We can spray it down with something that'll rust it. That's perfect.
Look, I'm just saying is I don't want to torture a Jigu for 5 days in a row. Look, I hate the fucking kid, but he's a fucking kid.
Cool, we won't do a kid. Moving on.
No one is arguing for a child.
Yeah.
It would get them a lot angrier.
Would it get people more? Ooh, actually, considering emotional reaction.
No, it wouldn't.
Beforehand.
They don't give a shit.
They do.
A child? Come on.
Like I've lived this life.
My issue
Yeah, and I've
with
saved
the
his life a lot.
okay, my issue with the idea of leaving a tortured body in the Zircones area is that the Zircones may try and preemptive apologize by just murdering some of their own lackeys and leaving them out as an apology. We could deal with professionalism on a level that we are not expecting. I do not think we should make this gang interaction. When the gangs meet, this needs to be the inciting event that causes chaos. We cannot have a moment of mob boss meet mob boss.
Yeah, we truly don't know where a lot of these higher levels are at in their organization of the city. So even if we torture a guy and throw him out of the street and blame someone else, the bosses just might call each other and glaze over it, no problem.
The idea that we had earlier is we string them out for 5 days in a row, and then we have them go into the casino and like fuck it up. That's what we do, okay?
And
That's
specifically, when he's fucking it up, have him spouting about how they cheated him. He could be thinking it's about drugs, but if he's spouting off about how much they've cheated him as he's fucking everything up, even better.
Yeah. Okay.
I
So-
like that concept, Aaron. Troy, our initial idea of messing with the levels, what if we messed it so things are even more tilted in the house's favor, beyond a reconcilable amount? Something that even someone with plain eyes could tell.
You mean increasing the odds of winning in favor of the casino?
Tenfold. Make it so impossible to ignore.
This would be possible. The only issue with this is it would require going down to more secured levels on the network. Levels that I do not directly have access to without possibly alerting some kind of security force.
Are you comfortable practicing and maybe training for this specific task?
Yes, in fact, I have sources that I may be able to go to for advice. However, these sources may be unwilling to offer their assistance until I have completed some favors that I owe them.
Yeah, I was going to ask. I don't know much about your net diving, but I recall that you have some favors owed, which is just keeping me on my nerves constantly.
I am not comfortable volunteering for your favors repeatedly, but if they require any hardware assistance, I will volunteer myself to ensure that your favors are balanced out, if that is capable or something they will accept.
I do not know what these favors will be. However, one of these favors was incurred getting the police officers off of your tail.
Actually, then, I do owe them some. Owe them favor myself.
Do we need to use them?
They are currently an asset.
Yeah, but I'm saying is if we owe them more favors, that starts burning on our ass. Like, is there a way we can figure this out without their help?
We're talking about paying back a favor first. Krill turns to Karen, seeing the hand.
Hold on. Troy, you would still be entering their system. We would still need to be convincing them that this was gang-related and somehow to get the bonus, which I am very interested in getting. I like the plan of having a gang member mess with it. As much hands off on our end, the better.
While the
It's not
likeliness of that plan succeeding, it would decrease. Sorry, Karina.
I was
Or
just
the
going to say Netrunners can spoof.
The likeliness of that plan succeeding seems low, although I do not know all the factors involved in this. However, it would decrease the chances of this being traced back to us.
I mean, if you can time it where you get like the thing that you're talking about to shift whenever they like go crazy in there, then we could like. And realistically, the harder thing would be making sure they couldn't trace you, or Troy.
There are ways, however, I am still very new at the net diving thing.
Well, you've got 5 and something days to figure out how to do it if we're going to be capturing somebody.
You have time to prepare. As this conversation is happening, anyone who looks back at the table will realize most of the exterior flesh of that upper torso is just gone, leaving the augmented bones and spine and such, as those are now being turned into raw material plates around it.
Then perhaps it may be time for me to return these favors.
Sure. Return the favors, figure out some skills.
Yeah, if they got work for you to do, you can do that and hopefully gain some knowledge in doing what little jobs they have for you.
I was uncomfortable doing any favors for Swain in the past. I understand your hesitation.
I have no hesitation. I am actually... The sensation I would describe is excited.
Excited.
That is actually quite
Creepy.
Krill. No, like Krill has a moment like, I am glad you were finding confidence in your skill set then.
I would like to walk up to Troy and I knock on his chest a little bit. I'm like, is that a heart I hear?
There is a mechanical pump within my internal system designed
God
to
damn
pump.
it, Troy. It was a joke.
Even I was questioning, do you mean he has an artificial atrium system, or what?
Have you none of you ever watched Wizard of the Oz? Or yes, Wizard of the Oz.
That one did not come up on my initial search of...
I think it's actually called Wizard Oof the Oz.
Wizard. That's not the name.
That was Toto's Great Adventure.
No,
Oh, that might be it. Yes.
No. There was a bad porn parody one time they made about it a long time ago. It was like really famous. It was
Oh,
like
I
Wizard
haven't thought about
Beyond.
porn in a long time.
Should I add Wizard of the Oz?
Powerful.
Interesting concept.
Should I add Wizard of the Oz to my media research?
Maybe.
It's real easy. It's a movie. It was made like what 2040. It was made like 100 years ago.
I think it was made before I was born.
Like
That's
140
down
years.
below 4 dimensions. Gross.
Yeah.
I volunteered the information and I didn't see it. The insults coming.
There is much media I have missed out on, not having childhood.
Yeah, well, my mom managed to hold on to some stuff from stuff before, so I got like a bunch of random shit.
What's your mom's number?
Kind of scooches a little closer. What's your mom like?
Dalton slides up with her.
Troy's also looking at Patty.
Why are you looking at me? Fuck off! And she just takes another drink.
Krill's hound actually kind of sinks a little and she scooches away, just goes back to the table instead.
Yeah, Dalton stands up and so are we torturing a kid? I mean adult, or are we
Well, we gotta keep him up for 5 days and inject him with a bunch of whatever that shit is.
okay? I'm all about it.
Yeah, Jacob, you know a good spot to go grab random dudes?
Oh yeah, Jacob and I will
We
will
could
patrol.
check that codex, see if there's a contact in there of some other, seems like lowly person. I don't know. They're friends with other schmucks at the bottom tier.
I imagine there's like some fucking drug den we could raid.
Protocols 1 through 225 all involve various forms of torture.
I mean, if we just put the right tool in your hand, it totally changes the context.
Hey Troy, I don't want you torturing anybody.
Understood.
No, it's harmless. Don't worry about it.
No.
Do
Mm-mm.
we
Protocols
have any-
1 through 15 involve death.
have protocols for mutilation?
Harmless.
Yes. Protocols 16 involves genital mutilation.
Jesus
Mm.
Christ!
Like I said, harmless.
What the fuck do they program with you with? Jesus!
I mean,
Karina
it's all-
understands this.
it's
Krill
all
does.
kink stuff. It's really just kinky.
This is there's kink, and then there's whatever the fuck that is.
Why
Don't
did-
kink shame, Patty.
I will kink shame,
Pretending
okay?
like-
My kink is kink shaming.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Are there
I must,
people find
however, I
ending
must
life
inform you due to the legality of some of these lower protocols. This could void your warranty of the Troy Series 3.
Oh no.
Troy, what is the warranty relation to overt damage and continual use?
My warranty has already been voided.
Yes.
All right, then we got it.
Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Troy, I don't want you torturing people because let's be honest, you're a new person. You're still figuring out your whole thing. It feels like a kid, like just learning how to kill somebody. Like that's what that feels like to me.
They gotta
Troy's
learn
already
that.
done that.
Ding ding.
I mean,
Oh.
torture hits different when the person torturing you is literally a cold hard machine that couldn't care less about your human life.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
just
look-
saying.
Look, putting a bullet in somebody is the whole thing, but torturing it, increasing that amount of pain they're dealing with, that's why I'm feeling weird about this whole situation.
I mean,
What
you
is
can.
time anyway?
Yeah, and you could just drink while we do it.
I already drink. That does not make this any easier.
Drink more.
Okay, I'll drink more if you eat less.
If it'll let us torture a kid, I mean a full-grown adult, then yes.
If it's a kid, I will haunt you.
Don't
not a
looks
kid.
at Jacob.
Alright.
And
Patty, how
Here it
does,
is.
how does half of a wine bottle from me sound?
She looks at Karen for a second. Make it. I'll take a half a wine bottle.
We can go spend a night on the town. On me.
If you do that, I will have to remind you, someone's gonna ask, and I'm going to tell them where those bottles went.
those all have exact values, and we still do not know who is expecting to own those bottles. They are
I
not
don't know.
ours.
I don't know who's buying fucking pre-war wine bottles.
For all you
They
know,
are a
Those are
holding
held.
of investment. It's a item of value. Their value is them, and we are holding it for someone.
We are trying to start a gang war in a casino, okay?
Would the would a stash of a very expensive wine bring multiple gangs to a single location?
I'll negotiate
Okay.
further. Aaron, I will not drink the half of the wine bottle if we make sure the person we're torturing is not a child.
Dalton looks at Karen as one of the principal collectors that will be out on the street and goes, "Yeah, Jacob and I will go a little harder to make sure it's not a youth."
How many times do we have to agree to this basic standard?
How many times do I have to iterate is y'all do not sound truthful.
Just so you know,
I ain't calling you liars, but I ain't calling you truthers.
I'm going to be reminding you, if you want to drink that bottle, The debt that you will need to pay back is in the 6 figures. Not to me. This will be someone else
What's
coming to
another
make
debt
sure
in
you
this fucking world?
pay. Just so you know.
Alright.
Up to you.
At this moment, you see the arms on the table gently lift up and peel away. As on it, there is seemingly a large mesh. Almost looks like bondage here. But at every central point where these straps meet, there seems to be an injection node. This is the Red Sea. Testosterone inducing. Basically, Red Sea has used this to create super soldiers on the field, removing their capability of feeling pain and endorphin levels, pushing through anything. We can fill it with whatever substance we require, and it will slowly induce it into their system. However, I warn you, these things are exactly as they said, and if we bring them out and somebody knows someone is using one of these, they will send someone of their own capable of destroying this. And I say, if someone is wearing one of these and they are not a member of the Red Sea military or the licensed users of it, they're a target.
I mean,
Whoever is wearing this will catch a lot of heat.
fair, but you know, at this
We
point,
need
it's,
that.
yeah.
This can slowly inject someone over the span of 5 days with the drug we need.
I mean, I can do that too, right? But we don't need like a fancy tool.
I don't want you. I do not want you to be making an ethical decision every hour
Okay.
on the hour.
Okay,
Yeah,
I already made my compromise. 18 to at least 2 years in the gang. Okay, like that's my requirement. Like you get me past that, I can drink my way through the rest.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Jacob and I will find someone that fits your criteria.
Right. Okay, so
Just so you know, Patty,
Mhm.
if you come back at this, I'm going to put a bullet in you.
I would trust her.
We have a device that will do it automatically for us.
I hear you.
You're-
Not worth the heat.
Second,
don't need the heat.
I look.
the heat is useful.
Okay, I'm not gonna bring the heat down on y'all. First off, second is, if I'm gonna have to live with shitty things that we're doing, I'd rather see it full face and for myself than have it to like whatever this shit is.
Are you saying we don't
Valid.
need this? Trill's looking at Karen kind of sheepishly. Are you saying we don't need this?
I don't want Red Sea crawling up our ass.
I want Red Sea crawling up the casino's ass.
Yeah, but okay.
I
look,
think they'd be able to find that it was not them and it was not the angels. I don't want to involve Red Sea.
let's be
please.
perfectly honest here, okay? We're very confident, all right? We've got this idea that we can get a guy, we can torture him and everything. And I'm not saying I disagree with that. I'm just saying is we're getting a little cocky here. We got to keep ourselves in check. Things can and will fuck up for us.
Yours. Trill just throws it on the table as you see the arms start dismantling it instantly.
I'm pretty sure, Patty, we've recognized that we can fuck up. It's all we've done. Functionally, we still haven't succeeded once.
Okay, we succeeded. Do not
We
take away our
lost out
victory.
on money because somebody couldn't get their ass out the door.
We also couldn't get in the door.
We can do better. We're working on doing better.
Yeah, but don't undercut the victories when we have them.
We'll talk more later.
All right.
It feels just sad watching her weapon of destruction be dismantled.
Then, if I may, feeling like you've hit some modicum of a moment in your narration, I would suggest that what we see as the camera comes down is just the slow, piecemeal dismantling of a piece of military hardware with a sad robot fish monster in the background.
No one will let me make my weapons of mass destruction.
And fade to black.